Guru is Buddha and Dharma and Sangha. All the doers, all the doer is Guru. I go for the visit to Gurus. Generating bodhicitta. Now next one is purifying the place. The meditation is visualizing like the Amitabha Buddha's pure land by stopping the impure appearances, then visualizing the land which is pure, which is all the beauties, the purest enjoyment, like that, like the qualities of the Amitabha Buddha's pure land. It's an offering for the Guru Buddha Dharma Sangha as merit filled, as well as to get the cause for the pure land, to reincarnate the pure land, and to create the cause to have pure appearance of the place, pure. As it appears to the Buddha, to create a cause for that. Next one, going to bless the offerings. So, when you do the blessing and offering, shouldn't think only the offerings here in this tent and around the stupa. We should think, as I normally tell, all the offerings, all the extensive offerings that which are in all the extensive offerings that which are in all the FPMT center Gomba, all the offerings. One thing, all those many thousands of light offerings in the house where I live, in Aptos in the United States, all those many thousands of light offerings, for 400 or 500 water, those large water offerings, as well as the flowers inside, outside. And the same thing here. Then the extensive offerings in leading to his house upstairs in Malaysia. Upstairs, extensive offerings in our room upstairs, in the shrine room, as well as in Singapore, Dara's house upstairs, extensive offerings that which are particularly ranged to make offering, and then extensive offerings, couple upstairs, all those extensive offerings. So bless. We should think all those offerings and do the recite mantra class of offerings. Not only which does two functions, not only blessing, but this multiplies. If it's one flower, one incense, whatever, one light, but by the power of this mantra, it becomes the skies of offerings. Each Buddha, naturally, by the power of this mantra, each Buddha receives skies of offerings to each Buddha. So it does two functions. And giving that, there is the two advantage. We get two advantage from this mantra. By giving that, please recite the mantra. And then, as mentioned in the prayer, also mentally transformed offerings, that the whole sky filled with each type of whole sky filled with each type of offerings. Those various offerings with each type, then fill the whole sky like that. Numberless each of the offerings. this next prayer, expressing the words of the truth. So this one has a power that as you have visualized the extensive offerings, then the numberless Buddhas in 10 directions, they actually receive that many offerings as you have visualized. The first one, by just reciting the mantra, each Buddha receives the skies of offerings. Then the second prayer, explaining the words of truth. Then how many you have visualized, how much extensive offering you have visualized, each Buddha receives. So that there's little differences between that and like this. 군조순제 담바다 산제당 창조 산바 탐제제 진제 라바다 천년 영조 소변 아당 진보다 주제 남바다지 산제 미자베도게 대대제니 돈주와 purpose of my life is to free the noble sentient beings from all the oceans of samsara sufferings and bring them in full enlightenment. I must free the numberless helpings from the oceans of the sufferings of the hell realm and bring them in full enlightenment by myself alone. must free the numberless hunger cause, freedom from all the suffering cause, the unimaginable sufferings of their predator, and cause, and bring them in a full enlightenment by Master numberless, I must free the numberless animals from the oceans of the animal suffering rhythms and cause and bring them to enlightenment by Master I must free the numberless human beings from the oceans of human beings' sufferings and bring them to enlightenment by Master I must free the numberless suras from the oceans of sura beings' sufferings and bring them in full enlightenment. I must free the numberless asuras from the oceans of asura sufferings and bring them to full enlightenment by Master alone. I must free the numberless enemy stage beings from the oceans of samsara suffering and cause and bring them in full enlightenment by Master alone. Therefore, I must achieve enlightenment. Therefore, I need to exercise the path, steps path to enlightenment. Therefore, I need to purify all the negative karma, downfalls, and defilements. All the non-virtuous actions, such as 10 non-virtuous actions, collected from beginningless rebirth up to now. In particular, broke the numberless those negative karmas, non-virtuous actions, which results from life to life, unending, never finishing, suffering result from that one negative karma that is done due to the seed, the imprint, and the creating results in the cause from one to one, which continues. If it's not purified, if one didn't live in a if one didn't live in a morality abstinent from that. So there have been numberless of those negative karmas collected from beginningless rebirth, but now which is not purified, not finished experiencing the karmic results. In particular, broke the Patimosha vows and Bodhisattva vow, Tantra vows. From beginningless rebirth. And then heaviest obstacle to develop the mind in the path to enlightenment, the negative karma collected with the relationship of the virtuous friends. Harm the holy body, broke the advice, disturb the holy mind, arise in non-devotional thought, heresy, anger, so forth. In order to purify all this, I'm going to do prostration and recitation, the 35 Buddha's holy names, the confessing the downfall. I'm going to practice the confessing the downfall. For the happiness of the numberless helpings, numberless hunger ghosts, numberless animals, numberless human beings, numberless sura beings, numberless asura beings, the intermediate stage beings.
Hola.
Oh, it's me. Oh, here's me. So who was? Oh, oh, great Guru Vajradhara, all other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who abide in the 10 directions, and all the Venerable Sangha, please pay attention to me. I, who am named to the Sopa, circling in the cyclic existence. Since beginningless time until the present, overpowered by mental afflictions such as attachment, aversion, and ignorance by means of body, speech, and mind, have created the 10 non-virtuous actions. Purify in 2 ways. First one is about regulating, that has been collected from beginningless rebirth up to now. And this regretting, as I mentioned also earlier, regretting negative actions, not regretting having practiced Dharma, or regretting having collected merit, or regretting benefited others. Not those regret having done positive actions, not that one. But here, regretting having done, having created the cause of the sufferings, having created the negative karma. So this regret that you generate by having done mistakes, the mistake in a sense, having created the cause of the sufferings, of the obstacles for realizations. So obstacles to benefit others. So this regret is very positive. Very positive. It's a medicine healing the mind, the negative, emotional thoughts, the purifying the negative karmas, the negative imprints left on the mind, the purifying the defilements. So it's your own mind, positive mind healing those negative things. Negative mind, which brings all these problems, obstacles, and to develop for one's own happiness, to develop one's own mind and path to enlightenment, to benefit others, including the negative imprints. So it is a powerful means to your own mind purifying. It is a very powerful healing mind. The feeling. So here in this case, as far as negative karma, the regret is not mistaken. it means to achieve happiness. It is not creating cause of suffering. It is a means to achieve happiness. Whereas in the West, every regret is like psychologically, say psychologists or in the West, any regret is bad. So any regret is, the regard is negative. Well, according to what I heard in there, so not sure. Because why? Because lack of Dharma. It is become difficult to differentiate. There is a positive regret. Lack of understanding Dharma, lack of understanding what is right and what is wrong. Right to practice, wrong to be abandoned. So that. First way to purify, purifying negative karma is by regretting, remembering the shortcomings, all the problems, obstacles, all the sufferings. Then second way we purify. Second way where purifying is the one of the most powerful ways to purifying. That is looking at it empty. So when you think of 10 non-virtuous action, how does it appear to your mind? Does it appear merely labeled by mind, or does it appear truly existing from its own side? Real 10 non-virtuous action appearing to your mind, appearing from its own side to your mind. So that 10 non-virtuous, real 10 non-virtuous action appearing from there, that is the hallucination. That is the object to be reputed, that is hallucination. That is totally non-existent in the reality. So looking at the true extent thing, how the 10 non-virtuous is appearing when you're thinking in 10 non-virtuous, they're appearing a real one from there. So this is totally non-existent. This is hallucination. This is totally non-existent. It's empty. I have engaged in the 5 uninterrupted negative karmas. Done numerous times in the past lives. Even one doesn't, even it's not done this life. Even one thing I haven't done this in this life, but those were done in the past lives. So, of those that happened in past lives. So, purify with the regret. Now look at it. In your view, these 5 unentered karma appearing real one from its own side. This is totally hallucination. This is totally non-existent, empty. The 5 close 5 close actions of the immediate retribution of the uninterrupted the karma. Such as having destroyed the whole objects. The stepping over the shadow of the guru, stepping over the shadows of the stupas and so forth. And purifying in emptiness by looking at it empty. I have transgressed the vows of individual. I have transgressed the vows of the liberation for oneself. All those happened in the past lives and happen in this life. Now purify that by looking at it empty, as it is empty. In one's own view, in the view of ignorance, that this negative karma broke the degenerate, the patimoksha vows, which appears real one from the way it disappeared, so that totally non-existent, empty, as it is empty. Broke the transgress the Buddhist vows. Now purify by looking at it. Purify in emptiness. By looking at it empty as it is empty. That need karma, they transgressed the Buddhist vows. That which is appeared real one existing from there, or believed, apprehended that way. Then transgress the samaya of the secret mantra, the Tangdir vows, transgress the Tangdir vows. Purify by regretting and by now purify by meditating on the emptiness, by looking at it empty as it is empty. I've been so negative karmas, being disrespectful to my parents, purify by regretting, and purify by looking at it natural, very natural of that negative karma, the empty, which is emptiness, very nature of that emptiness, empty only. Then negative karma collected by being disrespectful to one's own Vajra masters, and one's own abbot, in the past, and then this life, up to now. Now purify all this by looking at it, by looking at it in its nature, emptiness. Also, the karmas that I was disrespected to my Vajra friends, and those who abide in the similar conduct, the celibacy, so the morality, so forth, which harmonize to liberation, the great liberation, enlightenment. Purify by regretting those negative karmas. Now purify meditating in the very nature of the emptiness. and that I have committed harmful actions to our three jewels in the past lives, from beginning of past lives up to now. Purify by meditating, and looking at it empty, all those nirkamas, looking at it empty as it is empty. Then avoided the holy Dharma. Then from beginningless rebirth up to now. And purify by meditating. Look at it empty as it is empty. Then criticize the Arya Sangha. Then from beginner's rebirth, also in this life, up to now. Purify by looking at all this need karma empty as it is empty, as they are empty. Then harm the sentient beings. And looking at it empty as they're empty. And so on. These and many other non-virtuous negative actions I have done have caused others to do, have rejoiced in order to doing, so forth. In the presence of a great Guru Vajradhara, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who abide in the 10 directions and the Venerable Sanghas, I admit these entire collections of faults and transgressions that are obstacles to my own higher birth and liberation, are the cause of cyclic existence and miserable lower birth. I will not cancel them and I accept them as negative. I promise to refrain from doing these actions again in the future. By confessing and acknowledging them, I will attain and abide in happiness, while by not confessing and acknowledging them, true happiness will not come. All the negative karmas, the downfalls, all the defilements were completely purified. No slightest even atom of that exists in an also mental continuum. I'm completely free, saved from the lower realm, dangers of the lower realm, and all the result problems of those karmas. In emptiness, there is no creator, the negative karma. Creator me, the negative karma, the I. there is no creation. I say, there is no action creating. There is no negative karma created. So while one looking at all the phenomena as empty, I, action, object, all the phenomena, while one is looking at everything empty, then one's mind label this and that. Did all that 3 times made is corrected by me, 3 times made is corrected by others. May I achieve 35 Buddha's enlightenment. And lead all the sentient beings to that enlightenment by myself alone. Chang Chu Sum Chu Rinpoche Ma Jie Wa Nam Ji Dui Ji Jie Wa Nian Pa Me Wa Yi Kong Ne Kong Do Be Wa Shu. Oh, now Guru Puja is finished. So done. 제 존엄라 장좀 모든 단은 이제 그렇지. 다야 출신 집에 라라 변제 선진도 저 산제 저런도 제 존엄라 장좀 모든 단은 이제 그렇지. 다야 출신 집에 손nom지 라라 변제 선진도 산제 저런도 제 존엄라 다야 출신 집에 손nom지 라라 변제 선진도 I thought to do some oral transmission of the mantra. Do you remember at the beginning I did all transmission of the stopping epidemic disease or there's a contagious disease that is happening in the country. The special prayer to stop that. Did I do the? I don't remember. Did I do the all transmission of that at the beginning? So I think maybe again I got mixed up, floated. I think the teachings, the things what happened there, I got mixed up with here. So, by the way, so I thought to do all transmission of that prayer. Since there's great danger of this extra life danger in these days, these SARS, the sickness the new sickness called SARS or SARS. SARS. So recently, some time ago, when this news happened, that are so dangerous that many people are dying, particularly in Hong Kong. So, did some by praying. Did some Mickey Mouse divination, Mickey Mouse more, and so in my Mickey Mouse more, it came out that that is very beneficial to recite the Lochema mantra, the healing goddess mantra. Lochema is a female Buddha. Perhaps there could be same as Tara, manifestation Tara could be. So wearing a leaf underskirt, that goddess. So there's a blue one. Blue colored one, red one, and the yellow one, and yellow one, red one, green one, blue one, red one, green one. This come out very beneficial to prevent that, or if you prevent that, to not receive that sickness. So there's also black leukemia, green leukemia, and black leukemia. So actually, any of these can be recited. Red and yellow, blue are the same mantra, but the black one and the green one has a little bit different mantra. So those who have received these 100 sets of initiations, in the in the first or second Dharma celebration. So I started the first part of initiation, Buddhgaya. Then then last part was done, second Dharma celebration, something like that. So those who were there during the initiations or times when we took the Sugajasa initiations from Kirti Rinpoche Buddhgaya, so those who were there at the Rinpoche Institute that time, they have received the Janang permission to practice of these deities. So one time there was epidemic disease, new disease was going. There was danger to come from Japan or something towards the Himalayan ridge, like Dharamsala, like that. So I don't know whether that was advised from His Holiness or the Tibetan government or the His Holiness protector. They recited mantra for I think 2-3 months, I think. So they stopped all the Tibetans who are in carpet factories, shopkeepers. They all stopped the work at 4 o'clock, and then they gather at the stupa, where there's bus station called the Melat Ganj. So they gather around that stupa, and they do a few hours of recitation mantra. So they were advised to recite Lochama, this mantra, to not get that sicknesses. So so I think they did a few hours each day, like for I don't know how many, 2-3 months maybe. So anyway, that disease didn't happen, but there was danger to come towards that side. So like that, you see this. So this is came out beneficial for that, to not get this kind of sicknesses, any normally contagious disease or epidemic disease, you see, things like that. So to the lung of this, or transmission of this mantra, which carries the lineage of the blessing from the deity. Then there's a black Garuda. That is another one, very extremely powerful one. Also for healing if you have sicknesses, and to not get sicknesses, both ways. So first, then at any rate, then must take all transmission with the purest motivation, in the heart, thinking instead of I, thinking instead of having I in the heart, then having all sentient beings in the heart, numberless helpings, numberless hungers, numberless animals, asuras, human beings, everyone whom one like, whom one doesn't like, whom one call enemy. So everyone, everybody in the heart. Then to call to free them from all the suffering causes and bring them in full enlightenment. Therefore, then I'm going to take this all transmission, and therefore I must achieve enlightenment. Therefore, I'm going to take all transmission of the mantra. That is all transmission teachings and the mantras. Bishaji Panashavari Humbeso, Bishaji Panashavari Zava, Bishaji Panashavari Zarapasha Mana Yesoha, Bishaji Panashavari Humbeso, Bishaji Panashavari Zara, Pasha Mana Yesoha, Bishaji Panashavari Humbeso. So that's the mantra of the red, yellow, blue Lachuma, the healing goddess, the female aspect, Buddha healing, the female aspect of Buddha. Now the black one. Beshe Zepana Shawari Shiha Humbeso, Beshe Zepana Shawari Sabaroga, Sedani Hung Soha. Beshe Zepana Shawari Shiha Humbeso, Beshe Zepana Shawari Sabaroga, Sedani Hung Soha. Umbechete Panashawari Ria, Umbeso Umbechete Panashawari Savaro, Atsan Soha. This one, a green one. Umbechete Panashawari Ria, Umbeso Umbechete Panashawari, Savazora Chindinguru Soa. Umbechete Panashawari Ria, Umbeso Umbechete Panashawari, Savazora Chindinguru Soa. Umbechete Panashawari Ria, Umbechete Panashawari, Savazora Chindinguru Soha. There's a special pill made of this Lochama, this female aspect of Buddha. The substances, what this pill contains, is it covers all the sicknesses. Antidote for all the sicknesses. So, after I saw the text, found the text, then you made the pill. Made the pill 2 times. I think one made by Geshe Lama Goncho in Nepal, and the one made at Tushita by Tantra College monks, and maybe also maybe 2 times made by them. Maybe, however. One day I'm making the pills, rolling, making with hand. So putting together substances, and they said many of the monks got colds and things like that, which is a good sign that kind of, you see, when you make a pill, that it can be powerful or beneficial, something like that. But now the pill is completely finished. This you can take for any sicknesses. This Lochama pill, and in Tibet, the lower Tantra College, Yume, and they make the pills. Kind of, it's something very special in Lhasa by lower Tantra College. So that. So now next is it all transmission of the Black Garuda for this to provide. So if you do get to heal not only SAR, not only this very dangerous the recent sickness SAR, but any other sicknesses, and to heal, and also to not get and to heal both. You see. So this is extremely powerful one, and so there was one Indian girl in Hong Kong. So she had rash, scratching all over the body. So she went to many hospitals. Nothing helped. They couldn't. Nothing helped. And then she went to London, and she met one Chinese doctor, and that medicine helped for 1 year. It stopped for 1 year, but they can come back. So at the airport, maybe giving the man at the airport. Anyway, did Gago, it was a blessing, to at the airport, and Hong Kong airport, while I was waiting there. And she has been rash. She recited this mantra, and then the rash, completely stopped, and so far never came back. It has been a few years ago. I think quite a number of 4 or 5 years, quite a number of years ago, but it never came back. So this rash, this is this is to do with the naga. Of course, basically, individual person, the main cause is a person's negative mind, negative thoughts, delusion, and ignorance and attachment, and unknowing mind, not knowing what is I, not knowing ultimate nature of the I, and ultimate nature of the mind. So of course, that's the root, and the karma, negative karma collected with these delusions, with this person's mind that may cause. But there are other external conditions. You see, not only that karma, but there's also external conditions, other beings associated that also due to karma, not inherently existent outer, from outside harming, but it's also related to, if there's a karma, if there's, you see, if there's a karma, if there's negative karma, then also external, as a conditioned person or naga or other beings, they who are conditioned to harm. So originally come from karma, from one's own mind. So condition comes out, even the external condition, even you see somebody's harming, but that came from one's own mind. That is the condition, main cause, you see, that somebody giving you harm, you see, there's a production of even the condition came from, it happened, it came in existence because of the main cause, your own the negative thought, you see, the delusion and the action, the negative karma. So like that. Same for sense pleasures, by seeing a beautiful form, flowers or person's body, or the beautiful music or sound, or somebody praising to you, or you see soft, tangible object, and then gives the sense pleasure. The scented smell, they get pleasure, and delicious, very good taste, very delicious taste. That by having that contact, you get a pleasure. So, of course, again, same. The good karma, the positive mind, non-ignorance, non-anger, non-attachment, then action, you see, action done out of that, which is the positive, pure action, virtuous action, which results only happiness. So all these external, to have those pleasures depend on external conditions, but without karma, which is your own mind, the positive thought and actions, you cannot have external condition, beautiful form, sound, smell, taste, tangible object that you can get pleasure. That by meeting your senses and objects, by meeting, get pleasure. That doesn't happen. So even these external conditions, by your senses meeting, that you experience pleasure, these conditions also come from one's mind, karma. So that so everything, happiness, suffering, hell, enlightenment, samsara, liberation, happiness, problems, this life, day to day, hour to hour, moment to moment, everything, moment to moment, peace and happiness and the problems. The root is one's own mind. And so therefore in Buddhism, in Buddhist teachings, or in Buddhism or Buddhist philosophy, everything is the secret key for your happiness. It's your mind, or it's within oneself. That is one's own mind. You say that. What is that? That is that thinking correct way, thinking in better way, stop thinking in mistaken way, that which the anger, the rise, anger, attachment, all those anger, attachment, jealous mind, pride, so forth, all those unhealthy mind, all those disturbing, all those thoughts which disturbing yourself, emotional, negative emotional thoughts disturbing us on mental continuum, doesn't give peace in your heart, which makes fill up your life, your heart, only misery or suffering, see unhappiness, dissatisfaction, all these things, guilt, so many mistakes in the life, makes the life fill up with so many mistakes, so many, like that. And then because that life is filled up with so much unhappiness, and the one's heart is filled up with so much unhappiness, so like that. So as I mentioned, during those some days ago, that even day-to-day life, this life and day-to-day life, happiness, problems, moment-to-moment happiness and problem. What you are happy now, this minute, what you are happy or what you are a problem. You see, unhappy. It is totally dependent. Also, it totally dependent. Also, the root, the creator, your mind, the way you think. If you're thinking wrong way, mistaken way, say. Then effect is unhappiness, problem, dissatisfaction, all these things. But if you're thinking in the correct way, if you're thinking the positive way or better way, different way, if you're thinking different way, than what one normally think, different from the attachment, different from the attachment mind, grasping, think different way from that, think different way from the angry mind, and as well as ignorance, the other, jealous mind, pride. So think different from opposite, different from that, or which is so that which itself is a positive. A healthy mind, you see, only bringing peace, only affecting peace and happiness to one's mental continuum. So need to be wise in every day life way of thinking. So learning Buddhism, learning meditation is how to think a correct way. Basically, that's the most important one. One does breathing meditation. One does concentration for half hour or some minute on the meditation cushion. Then the rest of the day life. Then you see. follow attachment or anger or ignorance, sub-cherishing thought. Rest of the day, most of the day, rest of the day life, most of the hour. So it doesn't help much. Maybe it helps during those few minutes when you're meditating on the breath. Belly, stomach barely moving up, abdomen moving in and out. Or the few minutes of walking, paying attention on the walk, that you're walking, that your feet is, doing actual walking. So during that time, because you are thinking only walking, you're not thinking of your enemy that time. If you're able to think walking, if you're able to focus your mind on walking, or abdomen going inside, outside, moving back and forth. Anyway. So, of course, during that time, you don't think you are enemy. Or how this person doesn't love me, how this person bad, now he or she doesn't love me, or all that things, criticize me, blah blah. So anyway, so you don't think that time. So of course, during those minutes, of course, it helps to not engage in those to rise anger or strong the attachment and engage in the karma during those time. Then but there's no analytical that they realize how the attachment is a wrong concept, how it is superstition, how it is hallucination in the mind, and what the object, what it believes, what it is grasping, how that is false. How that is false. In reality, it's not there. You see, so so the shortcomings of the object, shortcomings of the desire, what the desire itself, analyzing and discovering reality of each object and the subject, the mind attachment, or the anger, all this ignorance. So the therefore and the mindfulness in the rest of the day of the life, and the purpose of the purpose of mindfulness is that so that one can apply, so that you come to know when one is about to rise attachment, one is about to rise anger, so about to rise, then you recognize rising, so that one can remember the meditation techniques and able to overcome, able to stop immediately. So like that. Otherwise, otherwise, just being mindful in the action itself, like while you are stealing, there's need a lot of awareness, a lot of mindfulness in that. While you are stealing, or you see activities, so that alone doesn't stop the karma. You see that. So need after that, after knowing that you're stealing, then you see need apply. after mindfulness, then you need to apply the meditation to stop it. So that is what's called daily life with meditation, or Dharma practice. So keeping the mind in the 24 hours, not only the sitting meditation, the most of the hour that we spend working, doing various activities, eating, walking, sitting, sleeping, so forth, doing job. So living the life with the attitude, the different way of thinking than the past, different way of thinking, which is positive way of thinking, healthy way of thinking, peaceful way of thinking. So, so you see, so the immediate effect from those positive thoughts is happiness, peace on your mental continuum. So fills up your heart with peace and happiness, fills up your life with the peace of mind, you see. So that then that way, and also able to bring peace and happiness in others' heart, in others' life. So this is the Black Garuda mantra. This is another one came out very beneficial for these sicknesses. Om Nabukala Raksha Be Be Se Se. Purifying mantra. Om Mani Chung Chung Tum Tum Be Be Suvaha. Then the main mantra to be recited is this one. Nabakala Rasha Be Be Se Se Chung Chung Buddhi Sang Sang Zagi Demo Ning Zagi Deme Ning Chung Noji Dube Shala So Om Hang Hang Zer Zer Wu Se Om Nabakala Rasha Be Be Se Se Chung Chung Buddhi Sang Sang Zagi Deme Ning Chung Noji Dube Shala So Om Hang Hang Zer Zer Wu Se Nabakala Rasha Be Be Se Se Chung Chung Buddhi Sang Sang Zagi Deme Ning Chung Noji Dube Shala So Om Hang Hang Zer Zer Wu Se. This is for leprosy sicknesses, particularly if it's a disease caused by Naga and other beings. Also paralysis. Landlord, Nagas, the upper spirit possession, called Sa, which causes paralysis. Of course, clinically, the blood clot, the things like that. But in reality, that's not only the explanation. Of course, that's not only the cause. That doesn't finish the explanation. That doesn't explain the main cause. Why this is happening? You see, what makes this to happen? What makes this to happen? You see, still there's a left explanation. What makes blood to do this? Not probably got caught in the veins or whatever. So, So the main cause of why this is happening is not explained. So which is the karma. Then, even as a condition, no, it is not finished explaining, not complete explanation, because there's those other beings who are connected, to harming this, causing these sicknesses, They prove that these Nagas, landlord, and those spiritual positions called Sa, the spirit called Zen, spirit called the Gyalpo king. So by doing these particular pujas practices, that opponent to those beings, against to those beings giving harm. So they prove is that those beings are that the condition that those beings harm is because by having done the puja, that particular practice, or these mantras or different deities who are to protect the sentient being from those nagas and the landlord or the higher spirit positions, so for the deities who are to protect the sentient being from those harms, from those beings' harm, that it works. By doing that, it heals the sicknesses. You see, immediately that effect, it decreases. Also, medicine doesn't work. When the medicine doesn't work, then by doing these things, immediately that medicine works. So that proves that there are those other beings. Even you don't see those beings, but it proves from the experience when the method works. So otherwise, if they don't exist, then you see there's all this so many billions, so many methods that Buddha explained. It wouldn't make any differences by doing or not doing. So, and then also it will telling light that is, you see, revealing these methods to protect the sentient being from those harms, so that this is great healing practice for other, by blessing the vase. First, having done the retreat, then doing the blessing the vase. Then, you see, the water you use for yourself and for others. Also make pills. There's a Garuda pills, and also by having done the retreat of this day, then you can make to make rain or to stop rain, so forth. All this, because it's all to stop rain. How's it? To stop rain, to make rain. It's all this to do with nagas. The 8 groups of worldly devas and many nagas. So it's by communicating, by giving gift dharmas and things, things they need, and then you see, you communicate to them, to other to stop rain or other to make rain, things like that. So by reciting this, by clarifying oneself deity, then by reciting this mantra, if you blow the forehead and throat and the heart, neck and heart of the patients, then the disease get healed. That that wherever there's a sicknesses, then if you chant the mantra, you generate yourself deity. Then if you speed over, if you blow with speed, you see, on that particular part of the body where there's pain, then that also that way of healing. Or if it's inside, also cancer like that, then you chant this mantra on the water, then give the person to drink so it heals by giving mantra water. So a leprosy disease or infection, the infectious sickness that spread out gradually all over the body, those infectious sicknesses. So recite this mantra, you blow over the cream or butter, then you apply on top. Then it's very, very powerful. This last year, I think, when I was at the house in California, there were some pimples here. There were some pimples, and then there were some pimples there. A doctor came who knew about it, but the medicine didn't help much. So I chanted the Black Mantra mantra, and that very fast. It's very fast. When anyway, I'm not talking. I'm not talking as my power. I'm talking as part of the mantra. The Black Mantra mantra. So that is another one. Also came out very beneficial for this for these sicknesses. To not get and to get healed. So with this data, there's so many ways, so many things you can, so many problems you can solve for that, for healing for other people, paralysis, then pimples, I don't know what you call this kind of thing. That, word. You see this kind. I have one here example to show. I don't have the word language, but so anyway. So these, then the infectious sicknesses. So this very, very powerful to heal. And of course, no question about cancer. This cancer is to do with the knuckles. Then the other one is Black Mantra. Praso choose to that's to miss Ningo Kalada Gamsam Dam Bepe, so probably Dam as Tibetan way, so might be drum. Omo the umbraso choose to that's to miss Ningo Kalada Gamsam drum Bepe Swaha. Umbraso choose to that's to miss Ningo Kalada Gamsam Bram Bepe Swaha. So if you recite this, Papangata Jinimbo advised in the commentary of the Heruga Bodhi Mandala that if you recite this 21 times in the morning, and then if you're working you see, on the land, trees or rocks or soils moving around, or you see you're working then, or water places. So they are nagas, those are the beings situated, landlord and so forth. So so they get disturbed, so then they however basically due to your karma, then they harm. So if you recite 21 times in the morning Black Mantra, then you don't receive harm from those beings. So that means you see many sicknesses you won't get, because many sicknesses related to the condition those other beings, so you don't experience. So you see you don't experience, especially when not well trained in thought transformation, especially when not well trained to immediately, without delay even second, to use the sicknesses or the problems without delay even second, immediately become to use a means to for happiness, to achieve happiness. So the thought transformation, instead of becoming a problem, it becomes happiness, enjoyment, without delay even second. So since I haven't, not well trained in the thought transformation, to be able to transform into happiness the problems, sickness. So therefore, by reciting this mantra in the mornings, such the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, what Pabanga said 21 times. So many sicknesses that we said to do with related with those beings, nagas, land, so forth, so you don't experience. So that so this is Geshe Lama Kunjo's his main healing mantra, the Lama Zopa. So while he was blowing over the people's body with a lot of infection, then while he is blowing, it get healed at the same time. Get dry, immediately get dry. That. One story about Naga, that when I was a small child, not at Dharma but other, where I lived 7 years, this very, very primitive place, Pamasamba was, hidden holy place. Recognize that. So there was a bush, but people normally believed Naga, there's Naga, and they put some small flags in the bush. So I threw some stones. I threw not much, just 1 or 2 stones. I put 1 or 2 stones. Yeah. Then not so long ago, after a few days, then one pimple came out here, and I was so itchy, so I scratched. So then came out watery from that small pimple. Water came out. The water, I think, maybe didn't wipe off the water. So then it became infection. Then spread out from that water. Then the whole face covered by infection. It circled, and it circumambulated. I think it circumambulated the nose, I think. So anyway, it went round. It went round. No, I mean, it's completely covered. It's completely covered like this, full of infection. So you see many people like that, even the whole body. One time, but getting longer anyway. So one time, at Lukla, this small airport, that was a long time ago, to go to Namche Bazaar, to go to Lao, the Lukla, there was one father, the neighbor he's a neighbor, next house person. This father's, I think the wife might have died a long time ago. He had one son, one son, I think. So this anyway, this son, this father was alone. He had one son, but grown up. So the people in town, many people, they suggested him get married again. Get married again. Many people, his friends suggest this father to get married again. So he's very old. He's a old, very sweet person. Very old. He's an old and sweet person. An old sweet person. So one day he told me, I was waiting for the flight. So he told me, I was advised by people that I should get married again. But what I think is, what's the purpose? What's the purpose? Sleeping a corpse with another corpse. Said, this is what he made comments to me. He think people ask me to get married again, but what is the point? Corpse sleeping with another corpse. He said, but I think this is just not somebody who studied Dharma, nothing, or who meditated nothing, but a very good-hearted old man. So I thought that was great teaching for me. Was very powerful teaching. So anyway, this person, before he died, whole his body completely covered by infection. I didn't see, but Lama saw. When Lama went inside the room, Lama opened the blanket. There's vapors coming out, like steam. Then the feet, the skin's coming out like that, and just unimaginable. So it's naka, harms like that, all this cancer, ulcer, all this, so many sicknesses, this kind of infection, all this. So anyway, what am I saying? So it happened after I threw the stone in that bush. I didn't throw much, but I think maybe two. But so it happened after a few days. So you see that gave me the faith Naga did exist. So it does functions. If you harm, so it comes back. This is the prayer that if there's so many people dying by sicknesses, and then this is a prayer to recite to stop. So this was already translated a long time ago. I think by maybe I translated or by translated. I think by George, maybe with the Medicine Buddha healing. The very short one. I think. So in Tibet, one time in Sakya, there are so many people dying by epidemic disease and becoming empty. So then this Tuchen Tangdu Gyabu, this says so many various epidemic diseases happen in Satya. So the Tangtri practitioners, Ngakpas and Pombos, they did many pujas or thamas and also mantra, medicines, and protection, but nothing helped. And the whole monastery becoming empty. People die, so many. So then, great yogi Turja Tangdu Gyabu this is Tangdu Gyabu is a great yogi of compassion Buddha. Yeah. So he advised to do this, to the refuge and recite Omane Pime Hung, and then do this prayer. He advised. He composed this prayer, then told the people to do this, and then all the sicknesses, all the this kind of colds, the sickness which spread out, so many people died, then immediately stopped. So it's called liberating from Satya sickness. Prayer liberating from sicknesses, not Satya sicknesses. Prayer liberating from Satya's sicknesses. The like clouds spreading out, clouds spreading out of the blessing of the Vajra Holy Spirit. So I have received this oral transmission from Jobja Rinpoche. long time ago. This and then to stop this prayer to stop war by the same yogi. And then there's another one to stop famine. One time, Nepalese government invited Rinpoche one place of Nepal, and Rinpoche was wondering what can benefit to them. So Rinpoche asked me, he's going to give these prayers to the people. 만나가다 녀베심제 탐제 라마 산제 rinpoche 보죠. 저 잠도 파바체르스 기 강하바 반전 시라나 대존티 정보들이 대주지 당도 잡아는 좀 타야 봐서 상해 초단계도 나는 그러지 라마에 당도 그렇죠. 안섬 동서 추주 그렇게 보죠. 진은 엄마네 배매 홍인데서 소도다. 근데 내가 로봇견에 줘봐 이 된다 내가 준비 잡았으면 이미 되면 내는 꾼 지대 감도 중앙 맞주지. 지다라 셰메티베 사제 세자 지다라 셰메티베 세자신 그저 상당로스입니다. 집에 소조 얻는 동아지니와 지제감도 중앙 맞주지. 제다 신제 가능 주보다 내게면도 되게 다제베 이제보다 다베르면 소제 루지고란노와 마주르지에 내베게라 돌아게 주다로 베르스음제 루지도 시게도 내라서 왜 루지고라 차와마게 줄선다 와마로 초제부 주주베 동아지니와 말루시 당도 조시에 주부 동아지니와 말루시 당도 어떤 바다 체링 안내면 되게 된 봐서 그저도지 라마 공조성에 도제다 간도 중요성에도 릴로와미 베도 정와만 한답젠도 알아요. Yeah, the meditative. So by reciting meditative mantra, then you never get upon the lower realms. Even animals they hear, they never ever they get upon the lower realms. It has that special benefit. And also when I check what's most beneficial for animals to help. Which mantra then it comes one is the Mitya Buddha's mantra that comes out to I think many of times. So that and then by reciting, so even by hearing you never get upon law realms. So by reciting then the normal benefit is that if you don't become enlightened during Buddha's time, then when after Buddha's teaching stopped, Mitya Buddha descended this world, and then that time, so one becomes the first disciple of the Mitya Buddha, and they receive teachings from Mitya Buddha. Tradition when you see in which essence of Buddha, in which Buddha's name, what kind of Buddha's name is you, that you will become enlightened. So during that teaching, then you become enlightened. So that during the time of teaching the Mitya Buddha, and so it has these benefits, and then also if one recites this mantra, they never experience poverty. Mitya Buddha never allow poverty, those difficulties, and also. By reciting this mantra, it makes to be born will turning king 1,000 lifetimes. I think 1,000 lifetimes. So like similar the prostration. By doing one prostration, if there's one atom that your body cover, you create how much merit you collect is. You see, you create merit if there's only one atom covered by your body when you do prostration, then you collect merit. You see, to be born as Wilton and King 1,000 lifetimes, which is explained in Langava Sutra. So this is to give you an idea of how much merit you collect. So to be born as one will-turning king one time, you need to collect inconceivable merit, so much merit. So therefore now here, you see, when you do prostration, if there's only one atom covered by your body, then you see, you create the merit to be born as will-turning king 1,000 lifetimes. So not just one, it's 1,000 lifetimes. So they were, so they can't imagine, that's one of the amazing, unimaginable, inspiring the benefits of prostration. That so when we prostrate, say, when we prostrate, even you have one inch, even you have one, half inch, or even you have 1 inch nail come out, or the half inch, you see, nail come out. You see, when you do prostration, you see, then that half inch or 1 inch nail come out, how many atoms it covers from here down to the earth, uncountable. You see, even you have half inch nail come out. You see, and then you see, then how many, say, like that, as I normally mention, the hair, say, those who have long hair, the times that when it becomes most beneficial for enlightenment, to achieve enlightenment, that is when you do prostration. That time, and you see how much the hair longer covers more ground. That means, see how many longer, one has a 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger, 4 finger. So you see, so many atoms it covers from here down to the bottom. So on the basis of that example, you see, will-turning king, you see, then whole hair, then of course much longer than that, then no question. How much it can cover the ground, no question. So much merit. So even the feet, when you do prostration, if you keep the feet like this, then you lose so much merit. Because you see, if you stretch out your feet, you see, feet, I don't know, feet in the same length, feet and this, no, same, longer, feet is longer than this. Anyway, so anyway, so the feet, how many atoms the feet can cover? You see, the length of feet, width and length of feet, how many atoms can cover from here down to the bottom is unimaginable, unimaginable. See, so if you don't stretch out, and keep it like this, then you lost so unbelievable merit, so much. Say, no comparison of billion, no comparison of zillions of dollars is nothing. but the merit, to be born as will-turning king, one atom there, you can cause to be born as will-turning king 1,000 lifetimes with all the wealth and power, everything. You see, the only one who is in the world, the only will-turning king is king in this world, in this whole global world. Only one. There is no other competition. It's only one. So there's will-turning king. One world, two world, three. One continent, two continent, three continent, four continent, and the will-turning king devatil like that. So you see. So therefore, so if you don't stretch out your feet, then numberless atom, see, from here down to the bottom, that you collect how many there are, then that means 1,000 lifetimes to one will-turning king. That means equal number of that many atoms. So so if you stretch out, then you see each unconceivable, mind-blowing, so much merit, you see. So that, and so therefore, what I used to say, the people who have very tall body, you see, you do one procession, then I, who has short body, they have to 2 times. So not only your body is very helpful to reach things, or even to put the tangas up. Anyway, to reach things where short body can't reach, and many other activities very useful, but especially prostration. Short body. You see, short body. For in the time wise, short body. So 100,000 prostration. You see, so you have to. But the tall body, you do 50,000. What is that? No. Yeah, you do 50,000. Let's see. The short body. What is that? Yeah. You see, 100,000 prostration. You see, the long body, what the short body does, what number of the prostration, what the short body, the 100,000, you see. Now, that much merit. The long body, whose person was a longer body, you see, finish much earlier, because 100,000 prostration finish so early, because you did, when you finish 50,000, that short body, takes takes time to do 100,000. You see, the tall body is already finished. When you finish 50,000 prostration, it's finished. You have done 100,000 prostration of that short body. So therefore, those who have a tall body, must remember this every day and to use for prostration to enlighten the sentient beings as quick as possible. You see, so you have incredible opportunity to collect merit. It came from tall body. It came from good karma. So past good karma. So so much opportunity to collect so much merit. So see, so much. Otherwise, get wasted. Having tall body get wasted. So that. So. So when we do preliminary practice of prostration, if one has choice, then to do the holy places where numbers increases, like Buddha Gaya, where 8, times increases, as I said, certain places where number, just by doing one, increases many times, or especially as a prostration, then if you do very high mountains, if you do higher mountains, higher as an altitude of the, higher it is, there are many more atoms. See, so in case of prostration, if you do a higher mountain like Solokumbo, those mountains are way higher, see, then or in your same country, but a higher mountain, if there's opportunity, because why we do prostration is to collect merit, to complete the merit of wisdom and merit of fortune, so that we can achieve two kinds to be able to enlighten sentient beings. So therefore, that's the and to purify negative karma defilements. So therefore, that's the reason why we do prostration. So therefore, then why not do on the higher, much higher altitude, like that. Then in a short time, then with each prostration, then unconceivable merit, unimaginable collect. Then prostration doing the very low place, very low altitude, not altitude but altitude place. And it's a quick way. In a short time, it's just skill that in a short time, you're able to collect so much merit. So the quick way to achieve enlightenment, quick way to achieve liberation, sort of that. So when I normally travel, so one times when I remember to do prostration, then when I do so, if you prostrate on the floor, there's a big difference in prostrating on the floor and prostrating on the bed. You see, especially there's such a large bed, you can such a large bed. You see, so it's there's a great opportunity to prostrate because very large bed. If it's a double bed in bed, very large bed, so you can stretch out as much as possible. So you see, because there's more atoms if you do on the bed than on the floor, there's huge differences. And you see, Max, because when we do business, we always look for more profit. Even $1,000 more profit, even $100 more, even $10 more. So as far as money, you see, we look for always more. You see, even 5 rupees more. We look for. So here we should look even more. In the case of marriage, then we achieve realization and achieve enlightenment. So therefore, putting cushions or putting cushions when thicker, higher, then say more merit. And even you wear socks. I was thinking, because so much merit, they cover the question of covering how many atoms you cover. So I was thinking to have when you do prostration, to wear thick gloves. So if you have gloves, you see, there's more merit when you do prostration, gloves or heavy socks. You see. So there's more merit. If we wear gloves. Yeah. So like that. Anyway, that. Yeah. So what I didn't get to talk about prostration, but that is one of the very important benefit, how the prostration becomes collecting most extensive merit. See the means of collecting extensive merit. So that is one explanation, very important explanation. So so it's a question of how much faith one has in the karma, and faith in the karma, and what the Buddha explained in the teachings. So that and how much you feel the need of merit. You see how much you feel need to have to have realization, to achieve enlightenment, to enlighten others. So the question is, why we collect so much? Why we focus so much collecting merit? Because to be able to enlighten other sentiments as quick as possible. So that's the main thing. Yeah, the the mantra, and then yeah, Namaranda. Namaranda, Namabagawati, Shakamuni, Tataka, Arahati, Sanya Sambudato, Anzide, Abadanzide, and the Hara me, the Awaloge de Karakara, Samai, Tidimbarama, Bodemena Beza, Maramara, Yamaga, Samaya, Bode, Ma Bode, so, Omo Yeso, Omonimone Maraso, Namaranata, Namabagawati, Shakamuni. Tadagadaya arahate sanyasam budaya dayada om adide abaranzide aditandaya haramede avalogete karagara ma samaya sitem barambaram budemera bezamara mara emakama samaya budu ma budu yesu om yama yesu om nimane marasu namarana daya namabagavade sejamune tadagadaya Ara desanya sambutaya to amade ande abana de ara me de avalu de gara ma samaya de bara ma bode mena beza mara emaga samaya bode ma bode yeso om ma yeso mane mara so gewan ding de lama chang de yin do chi jang ma lo chi yin zang go then the mantra, as some people asked for this mantra, which is my name in Sanskrit. So, so not appropriate without say oneself without having any qualities to give the mantra, to recite. But there happened a story that one mother wanted Buddha's relics, so asked the son to bring Buddha's relic when the son goes out for business or whatever it is. mother, the old mother asked for to bring Buddha's relic. So the son forgot to bring Buddha's relic. When he was returned back to home, he remembered suddenly, on the way to home, what the mother asked to bring. So then he picked up on he picked up dog bone in the road. You see, on the way to home, he picked up dog bone. He found a dog bone in the road. So he picked up that, and then gave the mother as a Buddha's relic. And then mother was so devoted. But mother was so devoted. This Buddha's relic. She really worshipped. Then after some time, actual relic came out. The relic, the pills, actually manifested from that bone. Came out. So now here, what it is cause of the relic is not the dog's bone. The cause from where the relic came is from heart devotion. It came from heart devotion. So, but devotion, 100% believing that this dog bone is Buddha's relic. So so due to that, and worshipping to that, praying to Buddha, then she actually got the relic, Buddha's relic. She actually got it. So manifested from that. You see. So like that. So even myself has no any quality, any single quality, but so there's somebody then she recite mantra with that with that pure thought, faith, then that person get the advantage. That person gets all the advantage. So from the root, realization, guru devotion, from that then up to enlightenment, the whole path. So then able to enlighten numberless sentient beings, freedom from oceans of samsara sufferings, and bring to enlightenment. So that you see, so like that. Oma Guru Bajadara Muni Shasana Kasan de Sabasi de Hungo, Oma Guru Bajadara Muni Shasana Kasan de Sabasi de Hungo, Oma Guru Bajadara Muni Shasana Kasan de Sabasi de Hungo. So, one recite this with the, from one side with the Guru devotion, so that how to make the mantra powerful and to receive blessing in the heart. It's then with that, by looking, not saying that I'm Buddha of this, but from Muslim side, the disciple side, then say for your mind, maintaining oneness, Buddha from your side like that. Then, if you with that Guru Yoga mind, then recite the mantra. Then that is how the mantra benefits, as I mentioned before. So that, so that's it. So they're here. There's Bodhicitta 3 times, then special Bodhicitta. But the Dojikanto offering burning puja, see. There's no self-generation. There's no self-generation here. It seems, you can do this practice with as you see, as it is with the ordinary body, usually in the sadhana there's self-generation, but here it doesn't have self-generation. It's generating oneself deity. So the but there's no contradiction if one does visualize oneself as deity. So whichever deity normally what you visualize in daily life, it is not mentioned here, but I think it's not contradictory. If you are, normally visualizing if yourself as deity, I think there's no contradiction. But also, you don't need to generate you don't need to announce to generate deity. You don't need, because otherwise it will be here. Because every sadhana, dakye, sadhana or dakye, self-generation, there will be that. But this is the dunge, is front generation. Those kind of front generation, not self-generation. So you have to understand that. So I remember Muri, he was monk for quite a number of years. So one time he had a job to check the translations, the sadhanas. So I remember in Spain, the meeting, he said, I found there's no self-generation. How's possible that before you generate something, you have to generate yourself deity? So there's a huge mistake. He was completely freaked out. So completely freaked out. Or didn't go to hospital. Anyway. So anyway, so the point. So later I checked. No, because I think I translate this. So he was saying that, but at that time when he was saying that, I wasn't sure. So I checked later. I think maybe I asked Gitsen Rinpoche or somebody. I'm sure. So this is the practice here that done. See, I think not. See, it's here. You see, in this word here, there comes later. You see, oneself is ordinary. It says at the heart. Here's the word. You see, so if you have self-generation here, it contradicts with this practice. Here in the text, it says oneself is ordinary, and at the heart, visualize bam. You see, so so anyway. Then special Buddhism 3 times. Then one should from the vase water is sprinkled on the fire. See, so Baja Ameta Duzichi Amedo Kundali, numberless from the drop water. Image and the chest where the interferes the fire to generate into deity, which can do the chest way. So that's the meditation of that. Then Sombawa Shuddha Savatama Sombawa Shuddha Hang. So that's it. So Sombawa, in the essence, Sombawa Shuddha, pure nature. See, Sombawa is nature and Shuddha is pure. So that one way to first one is the I, the showing that the I self I is empty. Sombawa Shuddha. Then Savatama Sombawa aggregates. You see, the base aggregates empty. So purifying the I. You see, in emptiness, meditate on empty. You see, so normally, you see, when you are generating deity like that, then purifying 2 things. Ordinary, the truly existent I, the truly existent, appearance of truly existent I, or thing I'm ordinary to this I. So both impure appearances purifying me. So at the same time, the Sava Dhamma Sambhava, all the Dhammas, nature pure. So aggregates, they are aggregates pure. Purify, mental emptiness. You see, purifying emptiness, looking at it empty as it is empty. So as well as all the phenomena. The other way, as I think also has mentioned recent times, you see. So Bhava Shuddha, the Yulchen, the one which has the object, that is knowing phenomena. The mind and body, you see, the knowing phenomena, that which is knowing, which is the function of knowing, which is nature clear and knowing. You see. So they perceive, knowing phenomena. So the looking at it empty as the empty, see, then Savadhammasva, the object of mind, the whole rest of phenomena, looking at the empty as the empty. So simply the two impure appearance, purify. So here, Ikonda Maha Anuttara Yotantra, you can't explain it without initiation, great initiation. Meaning of Shudu, Hang, that cannot be explained according to the highest Tantra if you haven't received initiation. So I think, Shudu is pure, Hang. So the mind, and the mind understanding emptiness, seeing emptiness, in one taste in emptiness. See. The wisdom seeing emptiness, one taste emptiness, and then probably on that, this is me. So this is without using the highest Tantra meditations within that general foundation. So that, is very effective. It contains very effective meditation here. So then, through this, by actualizing this, then you purify your ordinary body, spirit, mind, and then Ichi Vajra, complete pure Vajra, holy body, Vajra, holy spirit, Vajra, holy mind of the deity. You see, so Om, which is made of three sounds, Om, so that. So the five become, then the five become empty. Five became, in Tibetan it's always past. So it makes it very easy. Immediately happened. So if you keep the term present, then how you can go next to? There's no way you can go to next to. You still, if the verbs, if you keep it present, many people, they prefer they think the correct way. But if you keep present, then how you can go to next? Because it's still happening. So how you can go to the next day, meditation, generation. So you'll be stuck. You'll be always there. No opportunity to go next stage. Don't want you to cure its past. It already became.
empty. So, so anyway, so then you generate into deity, you see. Yeah. The tongue, while everything empty, then tongues of wisdom. In the tongues, you see, tongues of wisdom, say. Understand this, then I think. In the form of flame, in the aspect of flame. Then in the center, Hung, the Vajra, Hung and Vajra. It doesn't say from the Hung, then become Vajra. It doesn't say that Hung and Vajra, so the two together become the wrathful, that's kind of. So I don't have to go over all that. So that it's clear from the text. So Hungze ke chakya, mother of Hungze, it's like this. So here, the picture here now. Okay. So Hungze ke chakya, the mother of Hung, mother of the action Hung, like that. Chungza chakya chunga. Then that's it. Then make an offering, praise. Then here, yourself as I'm saying yourself as an animal. I almost mentioned that yourself as ordinary, not animal. Yourself as animal. I was like, what am I saying? Ordinary. Yourself as ordinary. Yourself as ordinary. That's right. So if you have the text, at the heart, black silver palm, black palm, the syllable of the nirkama, then at the navel the ram transformed into red mandala of fire. So triangle shape, not like this, up like that, fire. Then at the navel, see, into the hills, yam, into the hills, yam, transformed into blue mandala of the wind. So half circle. So you see your feet on this. You see, so, yeah. So half circle, wind mandala half circle. So the cut, facing this way. Blue one, then from bum, beams emitted, beams emitted. Then it like a vacuum that sucks. Like the vacuum that sucks the dust. You see. The bum beams emitted. It sucked all all the defilements of the body spirit mind, your body spirit mind, in the form of black beams. Absorb the palm. Then wind moved. Wind mandala into feet. You see, wind moved. Then entered through your feet from the heels. Entered in. So it went inside the legs. Then it hit to the navel fire. fundamental at the high level. It hit to that, and then it burned, burned the level fire. Then beams of the fire, then pushed the palm, the black palm. Then came through the nose. Came through the nose. There's a commentary which is belong to text belong to Lama. I had for many years, but since recently I have lost. It's a very big page. I did one commentary at Landmass Buddha many years ago. So I think there's a commentary. There's a commentary in English from transcribed from that. So I don't remember from right or left. I think I came it the other way. So Bam came out from the. Unless you receive commentary, you have then that you can do it on that. If you have received specific, the commentary. So anyway, don't remember the word. Well, that's clarified not in the commentary. But so the bomb came out, chased by the beams of the fire, then came through the nose, came out in the form of scorpion, form of black scorpion. When it came out, it became black scorpion. Then absorbed the black sesame seed. Black sesame seed. So you have black sesame seed in the plate, or in the hand or plate. You see, in the shape of shape of not spider, sorry, a scorpion. In the shape of scorpion. See, then absorb to that. So here, what I want to edit is also this. Here, what I want to emphasize is that normally when you do fire puja, I emphasize. Myself try to explain others that on the substances there's hung or oma hung, you see, and then beams image way, then hooked yeah. So all hell beings, hungers, animals, all the intimacy, all the negative karma, defilements, everything. So absorbed the substances. You see, then you see, of course, later they become nectar. You see, so absorbed in substances. So here you have so you have the black sesame seed in the palm. Sorry, black sesame seed in shape of a scorpion. You see, you can. It's not that particular. I saw in the commentary. I remember nothing better. But I think that also all sentient development with karma. All sentient development with karma. They has the bomb. Then beams imitate from that. You see, and then all absorbed the bomb. All the need karma developments. Then the black bomb came through the nose, become scorpion, and all from 10 directions, all absorbed this scorpion that you see, this black sesame seed made of shape of scorpion. So all absorbed this. Then you can think also. That if you have somebody, friend or parents or somebody who's very sick or somebody who passed away, and then that brings all the sicknesses all the sicknesses and negative karma defilements, or the person who passed through all that person negative karma defilements, all absorbed on this. You can think it's in form of scorpion, all absorbed this. Then so all the FPMT projects, to be successful, all the obstacles like material, find the fit material statue, to be able to exercise as quick as possible. All the findings, to all the obstacles that happen, that then all absorbed, on the black sesame seeds, the scorpion. So can think like that. So if you do like this, then this becomes puja for everything. Also somebody whom you want to pray, somebody with a cancer, or that you want to pray for. So you can do here. You can visualize like this. All the things, all the defilements, all karma, everything. So I can think of that. Yeah. Then observe. Then the sesame seed. Then it's taken in the holy mouth of the Dachikanta. So that then with the mantra together. So you can either play it or in the hand, whatever you do. So you take with the 2 fingers. Om Bazadaga Kaka Kaya Kaya Saba Bamdana Bamiguru so Om Bazadaga Kaka Kaya Kaya Saba Bamdana Bamiguru so Om Bazadaga Kaka Kaya Saba Bamdana Bamiguru so together with that. Like this. Om Bazadaga Kaka Kaya Kaya Saba Bamdana Bamiguru so. So if you have a statue of the deity, then you don't bother of having a clear visualization, all that. Just offering the holy mouth, fulfill the purpose. So if you don't have statue, then you have to visualize, like it's in here. It's not very clear, but this statue of Dachikanta, when we went the very first time from Kathmandu straight to New York, the very first time coming to the West, from Kathmandu straight to New York. That's the first West country, the Lama Master. So when we arrived at the airport, the custom people I thought very efficient. Anyway, so we stayed in New York. Bronx was it one area called Bronx? Bronx, yeah. There's one student of Geshe Wangyal's, one lady. I'm not sure she was alive or not. She has a white mark here like Lama. So we stayed at her house 7 days or something like that. So she had this statue in her room, put on the floor, put on the floor, but she didn't know. So then she used this statue to put incense, to put incense in them, to put incense. So was a very beautiful statue, So this is that's how the picture we got. That. Okay, so that's it. So when you do the mantra, then that time when you offer, then there's the all the obscuration, negative karma, all the negative karma defilements, Dresden Samaya vows, collected from beginners. From my beginners, my samsara life, that collected by me. So Shintin is pacified, Guru is complete. Shintin Guru has to establish the root foundation. that maybe has a realization, foundation for realization, maybe like that. So a mantra and this one. But if you are doing, but if you're doing only a few, but you're a small number, then I think that is. But if you're doing many 100,000 or something, then that's just a mantra. Then time to time, you see, maybe after a mala or after one mala something, then you can do this or the. So I think it's good to think, just only karma defilement, delusions, samayas collected by me from beginningless my samsara lifetime to be purified, to see Guru. But I think my good to think, myself collected by me and all sentient beings. I think that's good. By me and all sentient beings. At least think in the mind like that. Be purified. Be purified like that. So that's it. Then when you stop, then there is offering, and praise, the dedication like that. 장주순저는 뭐지 맞지? 원음제 자완이 봐봐. 공내 공도안 배워쇼도 가르라베 교회신은 그냥다 말을 주면 제래서 맞는 것도 잡았을 때부터 반달라면 고졌다 마다 그냥 되게 좀 다시 말아서 이제 상제 도바 진진로 did all the 3 times made his collected by others. It was empty. My eye was empty and itchy. He was enlightenment, it was also empty. And later all the sentence was quite empty. To that enlightenment was empty. Paramahansa alone was empty. 잠발은 밥에 지다진 바다 공도 상보된 지다 공도 지나로지게 와 무슨 세배 자와 탐지 정와 강라 주동과 와인다게 왜 자와 상보 주제로도 너와랑 주제 자고 정가가 주도는 안데 네 장지 preparation lama 정가가 to actualize completely with all of our heart and all sentiment benefactors say all the students benefit in this FPMT organization, those who give out their life to the organization, doing service members to be completely actualized with all of our heart without delay in second. Then that way, generally people will spread knowledge to people to flourish in this world. 최지자고 정가가 지난 남바배 와도 계제서 마시고 tunja말로 상와서 도다시는 tun자 자와 로산 타바에 템바 아주레 방주 So that's it. Thank you very much. Okay. Just some few points left over here from the subject: how to help the dying person or dead person who say already passed away. So, one thing at the time of death is other not necessarily best thing when you die have to sit in meditation, not necessarily like that. I mean, it's up to individual person, but also you can lay down in the you can lay down say in the position of the sunnah line. by following the example of the when the Buddha was passing away in sorrowless state, that in the position of lying down, so so right hand under the right cheek, if problem, by with the ring finger closing the right nostril, see the breath coming through nostrils, closing that. The right side rib on the bed, then two legs stretch, then left hand stretch. So when every night when you go to bed, if you I think that many people do it. I think some people do that. So if you do rather laying down like this, like or like this, like say in the position of frog, all stretched out. The frogs has very long legs, when they stretch out. Anyway, but I was planning to go through the live other than session that how to make it the most productive or most beneficial with the various activities. How didn't reach to that point, but however, so every night, you see, when you go to bed, if you can practice now in that way, so then that becomes natural also when you pass away, and you see, and every time when you do that, you must remember Buddha, by following the footsteps of Buddha. So Buddha passed in sorrowless state. Then, so then also before you go, also if I remember Buddha like this, so that then that makes it easy also to remember Buddha at the time of death. Also, the day when you pass away, also you remember Buddha. The very easily comes, and then you have no worry. Completely. See, with the last thought, reflecting Buddha. So relying on Buddha, so completely saved from the lower realms. Even there, when the negative karma is collected, you were born there. So I mean, from beginningless lifetime, but however, at the time, when you can die with thought of Buddha, remembering Buddha, then they come totally. Say, you are liberated from the lower realm, saved. So. So it also helps that. Then when I go to sleep, thinking of Buddha, that helps also for protection. You see, before becoming, mind kind of absorb, you see, fall, in sleep, instead of sleep there, able to think of Buddha, then Yeah. It leaves so much positive imprint. Of course, the ultimate, the next to achieve enlightenment quickly, as many as one can remember Buddha. That also, it helps to remember Buddha. At that time, intermediate stage, rebirth through the future lives. So, so this position, it helps to not have other spirits, things that cannot harm you. So, and cannot have. It self becomes a protection to you. So no nightmares or spirits cannot harm you. During the night, during the sleep. For example, many times happens, you go to sleep, didn't have that cough, didn't have that disease. But then next morning when you get up, you have this cough, you have these sicknesses. When next morning when you wake up, so like that, you see. Things like that. Suddenly you're surprised how it happened, So, how you are? So that then the other thing is that the position that helps very much. When you die, generate virtuous thought. It makes it very easy to rise, to generate virtuous thought. It makes it very easy. This position, this way of laying down, and also by stopping this breath coming from the right nostril. This is the breath of attachment. So, as I mentioned before, also attachment is that main cause. It's the main cause of samsara. What ties us to samsara continuously? What has been tying us to samsara continuously? What will tie oneself to samsara by the attachment. If you don't cut this, if you don't let go, so even one can't. One can. It won't be able to keep always like this, but one can start like that, when you go to sleep, or but it wouldn't be like that all the time. But just start with that. However, when you die, if you cannot, with that, of course, may not be easy most times. So. In that case, put cotton here. So that so same when somebody's dying. So that's the one very important thing, to make that position. Put pillows, whatever, backside, and then make the person to pass away in that position. That's the one very important support for the consciousness of the person to rise, to die with a virtual thought. Makes it easy. And then put cotton here too, so that to not die, I guess, with the attachment. And the makes to be reborn as the animals, or basically that. Not in every case, not sorry, but generally what I explained, the anger and health, and then or attachment pattern, and the animal, ignorance with animal realm. however, attachment, anger, based on ignorance also. So that. And then the root ignorance. So however, by blocking that, it helps to not die with the the grasping mind, attachment, things like that. With it, if there's attachment, then there's also anger. So you can that makes to rise anger when attachment is disturbed, or when what attachment is looking for didn't achieve, or disturbed for that, and anger rises. So there's attachment which causes there's action done with attachment which causes to be born lower realm. Then there's attachment with the attachment, create karma to be born in the Deva human realm, like that. The attachment clinging the Deva human realm next life. So then you see, with that, then karma is created, virtuous action is created, so things like that. So, however, besides that, you see, at the time of death, there's craving, grasping, which makes the karma seed that was left on the mental continuum by the past ignorance and the root ignorance and the compounding action of the karma. So you can see here, even the nearest cause of samsara, the craving, grasping, you see, even the nearest cause of next rebirth in the samsara, and that is a craving, grasping, so attachment. So therefore, when we take refuge, in the refuge prayer, it says, when we take refuge Dharma, it says cessation of attachment. It doesn't say cessation of anger. It doesn't say cessation of ignorance. It doesn't say cessation of what, pride and so forth. There's so many delusions, but why it specifically brought the name attachment, cessation of attachment. You see, when we take refuge Dharma, cessation of the suffering and causes this. So yeah, it's a cessation of attachment. So supreme cessation of attachment. So that the reason why attachment is brought when we take the first Dharma cessation. So the attachment becomes kind of from long-term cause, you see, from ignorance, the anger attachment. So there's a creating karma there. Then you see, before you take the rebirth, the life before that, whichever life was, at the time of death, it's craving, grasping rises, and then that makes the karmic seed that was left on the mental continuum by the past ignorance and karma formation or the compounding action, ready to produce next life, so which is called becoming. So, so you can see since attachment is the kind of becomes kind of a main push or main cause of samsara, you see. So that's why even at the time that this advice is given, you see, to block, with even accordance to others, at the time. So you see things that. Then that. It says here, it helps also naturally the consciousness to go through the crown with this position. So this is called transferring consciousness. Transference with transference. Transference with conduct. It could be both with transference of conduct or transference with conduct. So this position conduct, you see, the Buddha's position when the Buddha passed away. Our kind of compassion Buddha, when he passed away, taking this position. So that helps, makes very easy to transfer consciousness from the crown to go to pure land. So transference with conduct, or can we say transference of conduct? So. However, when we normally do sleeping, when we the sleeping like the food is to sustain the body, the life. So the sleeping is similar that to sustain. So one general bodhicitta motivation, purpose of my life is to free numberless endeavors from the oceans of samsara suffering and bring them to enlightenment. The numberless helpings, numberless hungers, numberless elma, sura, numberless himim, numberless suras, numberless asuras, intimate steppings, well there. Therefore, then, I must achieve full enlightenment. Therefore, I'm going to sleep in yoga. So that. Therefore, I'm going to sleep in yoga. Then, of course, if you have received a high standard initiation, then and there's sleeping yoga, yoga of sleeping with creativity and uncreativity, with the creativity and without sleeping yoga without creativity. Without creativity, that's however basically mental emptiness. And then one falls asleep. The foundation is emptiness. So that and then the creativity is the deity mandala. See like that. Then same thing when you rise, and rising up from clear light, see like that, from non-creativity or rising up from creativity, however, depending on the sleeping yoga. If one practices hatha, so also lower tantra. If one practices genesis, it's explained at the end of Nyingme, everything absorbed, the yourself generous absorbed, the she, initial she, gradual absorbed. So the emptiness, then it happens like that. Or mandala generous, then like that. And Guru say, Guru generous, your head on the level of Guru generous, like that, So, however, then by generating compassion to others, and then you go to sleep with the virtual thought of compassion, or you go to sleep with the Guru devotion, or you see, or by thinking emptiness or dependent rise, they're looking at everything as an illusion, not illusion, but like illusion, like dream. You see that those are, so that by thinking that way, and then understand what comes in your heart is empty, eyes empty, everything is empty. See? So the grasping, clinging onto the inherently existent appearance, so that it cuts that. But by looking at it as illusion, as dream, you see, all that, like mirage and so forth, then in your heart, understanding these are empty. So there's no grasping on the holding on to. It doesn't allow ignorance grasping onto, holding on to the true extent appearances. So that, so. That, of course, those great Tangde practitioners, then of course, there were 9 circle, mixings, nine circle mixings to the Tangde practice, the dreams and those who can recognize clear light during the deep during the sleep, able to they turn about as a absorption, they're able to recognize clear light, There's no question to then from the dream, one is able to recognize, say the dreams, during sleep, able to recognize clear light up to the growth comes up to then, and then one is able to use that, able to recognize clear light at the death time. So that's what seems explained in the text. However, so like that. And Lama Zopa explained, reflect the light. You could, if you illumination is thinking light, then then it says it helps to have not a heavy sleep. So, and then next morning, early morning, easy to get up. Also, you go to sleep. Not it's not that I do, but it's the way of, you see, sleeping practice that anyway, not like pig sleeping over the pig going to bed over this. So, pig going to pig, animal pig going to bed, and so, or how to say, pig doesn't have bed, I think. Anyway, that. So, mind is thinking tomorrow, see, early morning to get up. So with that intention, as Lama Zopa, it was the Lamrim with that thought, early morning to get up with a top. So under washing the feet with the water, washing feet with the it must be cold water. So to keep, so it makes light sleep and not heavy. Of course, here the motivation, of course, here is to practice Dharma. See, aim is not to have total heavy sleep, pig sleep. Not that. You see. Here the aim is you have sleep, of course, but you see, to support your body mind. So sleep, but light sleep, so it's easy to wake up next morning to continue practice, to make the life, to say, thinking that I'm going to make my life, and I'm going to practice Dharma, virtue, by getting up early morning. So you go to bed with that thought. There's also mantra to recite. When you lay down, then there's a mantra to recite. That helps to recognize, which helps to recognize clear light. So, yeah. I saw in the text that to support. Otherwise, if one so that these tantra practices, then the general one is you could sleep with compassion, compassion, or with bodhicitta mind, or guru devotion. So normally advise guru, you visualize guru, you think guru, your head is in the level of guru when you sleep. So it becomes protection and, as I mentioned before, Buddha, how it makes it easy to remember Buddha in other difficult times and things like that. So here it's the same. So so here I would like to mention this. As I mentioned before, use the example of Lama's family, how each person passed away each year. So, depending on which day the person dies, if it's a bad day, a person dies, then it affects the family. 4 people die or 6 people die. It affects very much. So therefore, need to protect the family member those who are still alive. You see, their safety, their long life, health. So therefore, now here it involves astrology. As I mentioned before already, the astrology which works, which kind of quite correct for the middle kind of people, not too evil, not great holy beings, but the middle ones. So it's also the black astrology also tells the past and future birth and those things. Then what should be done, what statue to be made, what tanga to be, of the deity what to be made, so that that being doesn't get born in the lower realm, saves from the lower realm, then get a higher birth. You see, deva or human birth, and like that. or the person will be nun or monk, or just or lay tongue depression or something like that, different things. So that also helps. There's something that helps the person passed away, but it helps both. So in that case, whom to ask to the astrology? As far as in the organization here in the West, one is Geshe Ngawang Thakpa, who is he's the most expert astrology. It looks like in the Saragat and Devon, all these monasteries, it seems like he's the expert in the astrology, Tibetan astrology. In these monasteries, but of course there's Dharma astrology, that, and then other one who knows who can help, you see, help when somebody died. So astrology tells when the body should be taken out. You see, with the right, depending on which day passed within. You see, which day the breath stopped. Then which day the body should be taken out. Which direction to be taken out. Then there's many details. So. And many methods. There are many methods to do involved. So that is that is not known. There's astrology in the West, but I don't think that kind of astrology is. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how past spiritual life. Is there? Past spiritual life? Something.
Well, some people claim to know these things, but they don't really understand karma. So
Okay. Oh.
ask a Western astrologer about these
Yeah. Maybe they don't know maybe they don't know karma, but maybe they know karma. Anyway, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. So the other person to ask is one of our Kabon Geshe in Taiwan, Kaohsiung Center, Hiruga Center, the resident teacher of Hiruga Center Tower, Hiruga Center, Kaohsiung. That's one of the city in Taiwan. So he studied from Geshe Ngawang Thakpa, and he studied very well, completed. So able to produce calendar. They studied. Anyway, he's one person can ask. And then of course, if you're thinking Nepal or India, then there are people there. Like Dharma like that. So you have to. So for that, you have to give the animal sign of the person who passed away. The 12 animal signs. You see. That depends on which animal. There are 12 animals. So each year is labeled. So which year that person was born. So then, like I was born in the rooster, or chicken. I was born the chicken year. So I think that's the problem. I think the body human being chicken mind. So anyway, so So you need to, what you need to write down the animal sign of the person passed away, and which day and date, you see, the time. You have to keep that. All this without a mistake. Then maybe hour. To more details, which hour, morning, evening, all that. Maybe that also have to be. That information has to write down. So. So usually, for the ngoa, the dedication, you see, doesn't matter the quantity. So you see, in Tibetan, of course, scarf, offering scarf is that's something from Tibet. So anyway, it's an offering. It's an offering. Say, then whatever, even 5 rupees or whatever, you see, 1 rupee or whatever, you see, whatever, something, so that by offering that, then the merit having offered is dedicated for that person. So, that you see, when you ask somebody person who passed away, ask to pray, to ngowa, so like that. But of course, it doesn't mean you can't ask somebody to ngowa without giving money, without offering, without giving substances, substances of dedication. And also astrology, or normal the system is also, there's a little bit of money offering, then you ask for to astrology, all that. So like that you see. So not everybody, but for certain person, then ask to the astrologer, so then he makes detailed information about 1 page or something. So I guess you can make very detailed, or you can make middle way. I think the other people who are able to follow it, and he gives more details. If other people, depending whether how much they will understand these things, so then he makes it simple, sort of like that. So one thing is that the persons, when the person passed away, we see breath stopped. Then during that time, the face is very radiating, very radiating, so peaceful, something very blissful is radiating. Sometimes there's a light, like on the tip of the nose, like small light. Those who have very high tongue to realizations, maybe clear light or illusory body, those who reach very high level, also seems those signs happening. However, so those are signs the person is in state of meditation at that time. So it is said that if you disturb, the person who's in state of meditation, if you say, but if there's no choice, you see, the body has to be taken out. The country is low. The country doesn't allow. That's different. Then you ask, as I mentioned before, you ask make a request to release, to stop meditation. Already I explained how to do that, sort of that. But otherwise, it got a very, very heavy karma to disturb. I heard some killing human being, but however, it got a very heavy karma that to, interfering the meditation, so that so as I mentioned, those various methods to release the meditation to stop. So if it is meditation is going on so many days, however, that you have no choice, so you have no freedom. Then the body has to be moved, cannot continue somehow the situation in the place. Then or for instance, next to the nose, a few stick incense light, then in the front of the nose, then playing symbols and yelling, all those Dharma bells, all those, as I went to puja, all these, those various the offering music, then to as a with it by the prayers to go to Pure Land, those different prayers by chanting, and then that makes to release the meditation. So when the person releases the meditation, then if it's sitting like this, then the head get moved, or if the person laying down, also the head get moved, and then colors goes down, start to become dark. You see, like that. Then I mentioned before the white bodhicitta, red bodhicitta, is one sign that the body, say, the consciousness left the body. If for the woman, a white seed comes from the nose, and red down below for the man, red comes from the nose, and then white from down below. And not necessarily both. Sometimes just one, and sometimes nothing comes due to chronic disease or long time been sick, so it's blocked. However, how does this happen? The other one is so also smell from the body, which was not that. And if the body had already smelled, during body had a kind of a smell due to sicknesses or something, But what I heard from the Lama is when the person had a smell, but the person and the consciousness lives, the smell is something very particular, something very deep smell, something very delicious smell. I'm joking. The delicious smell, something very peculiar, it must be quite painful smell. It's very deep, anyway, not painful, but very deep smell. But the smell of the dead, even the body did that. When sick a long time, did have smell, when the person dies, when the consciousness leaves from the body, they smell something very terrible smell, seems very deep one. There, one Lama who had a lot of experience of helping dying people, he mentioned that. So how does this, the Bodhicitta coming out? So when the people, when they are conceived in mother's womb, you see the egg in the mother's womb, the egg mixed with the sperm. That so what? So the person, the person's consciousness that the very first time took place in the mother's womb on the white drop and red drop, white from father, red from mother. Met. So where the spot where the consciousness took place, so that becomes the heart. Where consciousness took place, so that becomes the heart. So that becomes the sense. That becomes the heart, the center of the heart. The main essence, of the white drop and red drop being joined with, so that no, I made a mistake. So the very before I said it become heart. No, that's not exact. The principle, the main essence, the white drop and red drop, you see, joined. So that essence is abiding in the very center of the heart, where the consciousness took place at the beginning. That's what that one is abiding in the very center of the heart. Then from that white drop, a part of that abides in the crown chakra. A part of that red drop, bodhicitta, the red drop, part that, and then abide, you see, in the navel chakra. And then the heart, the wind, the heart, the wind that which holds the life at the heart, the wind that which holds the life at the heart, that which brings that function, the liquid things that to bring up, and downwards wind, that wind function which brings the when we eat food or things that things bring the function to bring down, that chases down. So these two wind, downwards wind and wind holding the life. At the time of death, these two wind becomes weak. The power get degenerated, become weak. These two wind. So therefore, due to that, these two wind become weak. They're not powerful. So the white bodhicitta, the red bodhicitta, they drop, which is abiding in the heart, the very essence. They're unable to stay there. So therefore, so then the from say it's no, it's not as not the heart. This white and red drop, which is the heart. I think it's not. It is not that one. I think it's the navel. They found the white Buddhist from the crown, red Buddhist from the navel. So they, so these two comes down. Due to these two wind become weak, then unable to stay. Then the white Buddhist comes down crown. Then red Buddhist goes up. Then it meets at the heart. So that's why you have the white vision, red vision. So then they meet at the heart. Heart measured from the two breaths. So so it stays where there's the red and drop and white drop, like the two containers like this. At the heart, where the consciousness is abiding inside. You see. Also, this is where there's the subtle wind holding the life together. So that time, those who are the meditators who are unable, the meditators who are able to meditate on the clear light, who are able to recognize the base time clear light, by having trained the mind during the life, by doing the sadhanas, 25 observes, see the Dharma meditation, see meditation on clear light, see the imagined, see visualized one. So see train mind that, and so due to that result, then able to recognize clear light, at the time of death, with that which actualized at the time of death, and able to recognize. So that's how that person is in the abiding in the state of meditation. Then the extremely subtle wind holding the life, so the power, so even that extremely subtle wind holding the life, even that becomes weak, degenerates its power. Disintegrate or lose power, then that time the conscience then leaves the body, leaves the old body. So conscience leaves from the heart, conscience leaves from this like size of being half red and half white drop. So leaves from that. It opens, then leaves from that. So after the white seed come up, red seed, white seed come down, red seed come up. When they meet there, then see the dark vision. Then after that, as I mentioned, described now, then there's clear light. Then the one goes down, one goes up. The white one goes down, red one goes up. So the split also the indestructible seed at the heart. So the consciousness lives from that indestructible seed. As soon as it left from that indestructible seed, half red and half white, as soon as it left from that, then taking the intermediate stage, intermediate stage body. The extremely subtle wind became the cause of the intermediate stage being's body. Then the consciousness became that's the direct cause, Nyelin, direct cause of the intermediate stage being's consciousness. So that so it says how because there is no wind, simultaneous but wind inside the body. Those previous wind is not there. So which hold is not there. So due to the power of the outer elements, then the white bodhicitta come through the for the man comes down, red comes to the nose. For the woman, white bodhicitta comes from the nose, and then red comes down, come out of the organ. Here it says in this instruction book. It says that somebody who is in meditation state, then you do only the astrology after the meditation is over, because otherwise astrology, will say the time, will give the time the body to be taken out before the meditation is over. To see, so that's a risk. However, Shantideva, it is said Shantideva lived in meditation state. At the time of the lived in meditation state, I think for 60, I'm not sure, 30 years or 60 years or something, long time meditation state. It is written, I think I saw a story in some of the text. It is written in the Lama's note. There was a note left on his table at Kapan the last time. So when I went back to Kapan, I checked Lama's note. So there it has written, one Shantideva, I think, who lived in meditation state for many, many years. Then there was, I think, there was a few other, I think there happened a few other yogis, highly enlightened beings, who was in meditation state for years, like that. So that's why Lama himself, if all the students come to one place to do 1 year Vajrasattva, then he will stay, and he will stay 1 year in the meditation state. That's all. But Vajrasattva didn't get done. Everybody coming to one place to do Vajrasattva for 1 year, but Vajrasattva was done many of the places. But so Lama wanted day and night, without stop. He wanted to have that 1 year at one place, but that didn't happen exactly. So Kapan they did 1 year Vajrasattva. You see, day and night every time that day and night continuously for 1 year did, and maybe I think Spain also did, was selling. Some, I think there's some centers they did that. So anyway, that I'm sure it's good. The centers who have done 1 year Vajrasattva did, or less than one, or less than 1 year. However, I'm sure it benefited so much that to receive incarnation, and however to pacify obstacles that we have, karma obstacles that students have to pacify, so that to receive very fruitful, very beneficial incarnation. So I think that is it. So so anyway, hopefully there is no obstacles, and definitely Lama also carries the qualities of past life. He already, a few years back, he already has incredible skills how to solve people's problems. I think it will be just a question of completing a few years of study, intensive study, not so much waste time outside in the world, outside the world. Just a few years of intensive study, just complete, and then I think continue like this will be great benefit to benefit the organization, FPMT, all the centers, all the students, very dynamic, and all the whole world. There's all the very compassionate nature. For the very first, the most important thing is there, and then skills, intelligence, all the skills. Very easily can solve the problems of center. When there's problems in the center, can very easily, very skillfully, very easily can solve. Has got that the intelligence or quality. So there are other details, but leave it there. And so we'd like to mention a little bit on the pujas practice, what can be done. So until the body is taken out, generally the how it's done is they invite. I mean, if there's a monastery like that in the country, and they invite the sangha at home, then near the body they do day and night. You see, puja. Until the body is taken out, they do day and night, all the time, continuously puja. So the 8 types of the king of the prayers and then blissful prayers, all those 8 types of prayers, and then do there's those systems taking self-initiation of the mitupa. Was so powerful to purify Nirkama. And the Gundi, who is the king of the deity purifying the Lord realms, and so forth. And then also the medicine Buddha taking self-initiation. Those things. Then do Jangwa. The purifying that person passed through the Nirkama. Also doing 5 pujas for purification. And then every day doing Jangwa. So things like that. So however, in the West, since this opportunity is rare, to invite sangha to do group sangha, to be at home all those days, to do day and night continuously, like reading parts and paramita text. So that there are many things what can be done. So, however, medicine Buddha Jangwa, so like this, what is called Jangwa purification. If that is done, then even the person died with non-virtuous thought, which is usually definite to be born in the lower realm. You see, but by relying upon tantric method, such as Jangwa, this purification practice, due to the power of the secret mantra Vajrayana, and power of Buddha's words, and that the Lama or the person, the practitioner who does this practice due to his or her concentration, then the person who is in the intermediate stage, who can direct, can change the journey, can change. It's on the way to lower realm, but suddenly can change, and you see, can see Devahima body or maybe also Pure Land like that. Also, and even born in the lower realm, So like Gunrik, the king of the deity purifying the Lord. So doing Jangwa. However, there is Jangwa with the medicine Buddha, Jangwa with the different deities. Basically, original one is Gunrik. Then it was applied with the different deities later. Vajrayogini like this. So the so there has been questions time to time from the Sangha, from the Sanghas who have been teaching Dharma in like Singapore or those such as those centers have been teaching Dharma at the centers. They have been questioned time to time, when somebody dies, what can be done? How to help. So of course, if you do Lama Zopa, if you do that, it's incredible. You do maybe you're doing every day Lama Zopa. So if you do that, that has got power. That's got everything. Or just even doing refuge, you take strong refuge. Your deity or your guru, you see, well, it's Buddha, you visualize on that person's head, then take strong refuge, to purify all the negative karmas immediately, and the person to have good rebirth, to born pure land. So then you chant, you say Nama Gurube, Nama Gurube, few malas, or Nama Gurube, Nama Buddhaya, each one few malas. So that or the whole elaborate magic field, refuge magic field you visualize, or just Shakyamuni Buddha, Guru Buddha. How you so if you take strong refuge and strong faith, then you do this purification, very strong purification. So that becomes unbelievably important thing, incredibly unbelievably important practice. You see, the essential practice, whatever method, Jangwa or Powa or whatever method, self-initiation, whatever you do, the basic thing is the very foundation is the refuge. Dharma Sangha. That's the ground, the foundation. So here, you don't have to think, I don't know what to do. You see, the refuge. You do strong refuge and chant many hours of, even one doesn't, no other prayers or other things, other sophisticated, but just Nama Guru, Lama like Lama, many malas. Then the Sangha, so with strong concentration, that will help unbelievable to that person. Definitely. Yeah, that. So, or the side, the one. So, like his own Lama, his own Dharmas. So, Root Guru's mantra, his own Dharma's mantra, you visualize his own Dharma, they make strong, then you do purification. Purifies and that person's also need to come at the point. Then you chant the mantra. So, so essence is that. So that. So anyway, it's a very powerful thing. The refuge, So, so the Jangwa, so Jangwa is so powerful like this. That's one of the very powerful method to purify the person who passed away. And then within the Jangwa, at the end, then there's power, transparent consciousness. After you did all the different purifications with blessed water, with the blessed master sister, you spring on that, purify the karma. There are different ways to purify the karma. Then after all that, then shooting the consciousness in the Pure Land. So that is all these things. However, the Medicine Buddha Jangwa, that translation was done. Medicine Buddha Jangwa, that is available in English. So that, and then with the Medicine Buddha, which is so powerful, so powerful. So Rinpoche says, before you do power, to make the power more effective, first you do Medicine Buddha meditation. See, recite the 7 names of Medicine Buddha in the mantra. Then, so Rinpoche himself also does that. One time, a dog, to show that we had many dogs. So one of the dogs died. So asked Rinpoche to pray. Then Rinpoche recited the Medicine Buddha's name. So during the Medicine Buddha practice, reciting its name 7 times, the 7 Medicine Buddha, they recite these are extremely powerful. And after that, if you're doing power, then do power. So then, because as a Medicine Buddha is very powerful success. So then, like that. However, so you are oneself and other Dharma, other friends or family members. However, those who are able to do the prayer, who want to do, who are able to do prayers, and then they can do. However, so generally 49 days, if one can, then the practice pujas done. You see, every day, and then end of each week, more elaborate puja, and more extensive offerings in the monasteries. In the country, in the country, there's a monastery, and all those precious holy objects, they making many butter light offering, other offerings, and then if you cannot offer, many butter by yourself completely, if you can't make butter light offering, butter lamp offering, then you see what the Tibetans they do is they carry in their pot, carry butter. Then there are many butter lamps in the temple. See, you just fill it up. That the butter lamp that is a condition offered. You see, so they just then you fill it up in every temple. There are different shrine rooms, holy objects. So that everywhere there's butter lamp offered. You see, so you just fill it up a little bit, few drops. So this is how they do. When you can't offer everything, you see, so this quite so much, but it's so much merit. You see, for the doing this for the person passed away. So they say. So one can do medicine with the Jangwa in English, since was translated by George and things Lishijasu just recently in last year. I was thinking to translate. So there's something available. What the sanghas can, also lay what you can do when somebody passes away. So especially the sanghas. So anyway, that is available. However, to do the elaborate medicine with puja, that's not translated into English yet, but the middle one is translated by one translator in America quite a long time. I think maybe I might have asked to translate. Yes, I think maybe I asked him to translate. So the middle version. So what when Lama Pasang at Kapan Monastery, Lama Hundu and Lama Pasang, so Lama Pasang passed away. What Kapan Monastery did, what Lama Hundu did, the 3 or 4 months recited the extensive medicine with puja every day for 49 days. Of course, something like that is the best. Something like that is the incredible best thing to do. So there's the middle length available in English, and that can be translated in different languages. So Spanish and the French or other. So that's so good. That's incredible. That's so good to this for yourself, and especially for the person who passed away. To do so to do every day. If not, then you see end of each week. So like that, you see. The family member can do. However, the friends or so that's one thing. And the other one, then what simple thing what one can do. Other things, the Vajrasattva mantra. Puja to do for the person who passed away with the body, or even after those weeks, or even after 49 days. So you want to do something for the person who passed away, a friend or family member, you see, or even your enemy passed away. So you want to help something, you see. You want to do something, you see. So anyway, the other thing to do a Vajrasattva talk that is composed by Lama, that's extremely good Vajrasattva talk. I suggested that if you're doing birthday, how to do birthday, how to make your birthday meaningful. So in America, I think that Amy or somebody was birthday, so I suggest that to do Vajrasattva talk offering that day. So it's pure. So the Vajrasattva talk offering. So if you practice tantra, having received high tantra initiation, then to do separate initiation in your birth. So if you have received high tantra, have done retreat, then self initiation to organize that day with your Dharma friends who have done the retreat practice. That's the best thing. So purify all the past, make karma, then you start with new life. That's you see the best way to do birthday, and taking the making your vows, say new, say restore. So to do a practice on that day, purify something which purifies past negative karma, and then you see, and you have no regret, and then start with new life. Something that you see, making the new year very meaningful with the by Dharma practice, by strong Dharma practice. So Vajrasattva offer. So the So some years ago, I suggested how to do birthday. Then, of course, one can do the talk offering. So, one can do the normal things, party, whatever. But however, I explained before how to do party. So that is like reading Diamond Kata Sutra, for example, that is great in a birthday. You see, if you read Diamond Kata Sutra, or some special sutta on that day. You see, so something like that. You see, so yeah. So anyway, then for the person passed away, also newness, you want to help the person pass the newness. It's a great thing to do newness. Or you sponsor newness food, and how many people that newness you sponsor the food and drinks for the benefit of that person passed away. So we should bring up this awareness. There's so much what you can do. So there's incredible benefit if you sponsor the meal and the drinks, those things. You see. There's benefit explained, I don't remember now. So that then illicit reciting Omana Peme Hun, which is for that person, visualize jealousy, and other you visualize yourself jealousy, then send light, purify that sentient being, that person, you see. Even with the body or without the body. So that, or you visit jealousy in the front, then the strong nectar becomes emitted and purified that, and also you see. Recite long mantra or short mantra. So can do, I say, those with the body you can do that. Then all those weeks you can do that. Even after that. So thousands, or however, 100,000, 600,000, whatever. So it's incredibly powerful. Even one cannot do the middle version medicine, but the short one that I translated many years ago, that the visualizing 7 on you see on your crown, that's so powerful. That's short but very unique with the 7 practice. Mental often then reciting it 7 times, then making strong prayer. You see, making the request whatever you wish. Then here the praying for that person to have immediately to be liberated from the suffering of the lower realm, and to be born pure land where sin became, that person can practice, can achieve enlightenment, or in the human, receive perfect human body in the human realm, and by meeting perfect God, my Guru Maharaj teaching, achieve enlightenment. So that then the king of the prayers, this the 8 prayers, as I mentioned before, the end of those prayers. So that's one thing to recite with the body, and during those weeks, and even after. There's another incredible. That's what commonly recited in the monasteries when somebody died. You see, by the monks. So that. And here I would like to mention that it is said in the Lojong by Gautama Geshe, in the Lojong teachings, mentioned that during prayer at your home, in your room, and during prayer in group, during prayer. During prayer in group is so much more powerful. When you do together, it's 100 times differences. That you do prayer at your own, alone in your own room, and you're doing prayer in a group. You're doing prayer in a group. You see, has so much power. 100 times differences between you're doing alone and doing with a group. Much more powerful. I think much more powerful effect like that. What is for success, whatever it is for, is much more powerful. 100 times, so much huge differences. So therefore, during prayer at the center or at your house, during prayer at the center, puja at the center as group, so it become very beneficial. It is inspiring for you, and it is inspiring for others. So it's supporting each other to purify the karma and collect merit to achieve enlightenment quickly. The other thing, making the big stupas or small stupa tsatsas, one of the very common ones, as far as tsatsa, making whole object, mitupa tsatsas, that's very common, very powerful for the person to purify the karma, as well as medicine Buddha, same medicine Buddha tsatsa. So like that. In general, like this, Tariva Buddha or tsatsa or Jeresi. So, of course, more is better. That enlist is particular advice astrology from observation, particular deity for that person. See. So without that, generally what one can do, it's like that. Then also, with the money sponsor for the person who passed away, then sponsoring somebody's doing a retreat and doesn't have money, you sponsor sangha or lay person, that or so there are many ways. See, so the person does retreat, dedicate all the medicine, during the time to that person who passed away. And or also the center also say as contribution to the center Dharma center, what is needed, something that center needed, something to facilities to spread Dharma. You see, other sentiments to come there to learn Dharma, to meditate, so to achieve enlightenment. So that, so there are so many ways what I can say can benefit. And the other thing is, so many years ago, I started this as a puja fund. So put money aside for pujas and then stupas and prayer wills. But I started the puja first. So this is mainly to collect merit, that offerings offering tea, offering money, and the bread. So this becomes their breakfast, like Saragat and Devung. There are 6 college. So in the morning, this become their takes care of their breakfast. So So the puja is done on the special days. On Buddhist days, where you collect 100 million merit. So if you offer 1 rupee, you collect a merit having offered 100 million rupee. One tea, if you offer 1 tea, if you offer 1 bowl of tea, 1 cup of tea, having offered to Sangha 100 million tea. If you offer 1 tea to a monk in the monastery, so 100 million tea offering. See, so then that, like in our college, Sarah Che, there are nearly about 3,000 monks. So in the other colleges, like Debung, those has many monks. So, so then also Tantric College, 2 Tantric colleges, puja. Then also the New Year, the day the Lama Zopa Day at the Garden Monastery, and there's a light of cover the whole monastery, the whole main temple. So every time 10,000 rupees, the whole light on each day of the Lama Zopa. Then there's my Guru Sangha passing day puja and that, and then the Heson Saja Tenzin during the second Dharma celebration, we took people who at that time took the Vajrayana initiation, and the 13 golden Dharmas, except the controlling deities, which didn't give the controlling like Ganapati, controlling Gurukuli didn't give, which didn't give. So two monasteries were some sketches in so also make offering those special days and the sun eclipse those days like that. Those 2 monasteries. Then his own subject which is monastery. Then also which is monastery in Solukhumbu. There's nunnery monks. So that monastery has a food offering, food, and I think maybe almost lunch, and then tea, money offering. So every monastery has money offering, and that. Otherwise, bread, and then kapan, of course. Then also Nalanda here. And then added also Chinese into there, so many nuns, so that was recently added that. Then Hisuna's temple, Namjal Monastery, that wasn't, so far didn't have. Then, then most of the pujas are medicine Buddha puja, and some Namjalma puja. And then Tantra College is Chukchuma, the Dharma offering to the Kalarupa, like that. So Hisuna Tenzin's monastery is a self-initiation of hair Vajra, maybe Vajra. So Hisuna Chukchim is a hair Vajra self-initiation, things like that. So there the dedication was done. What was requested is people whose names given to them, those sick people, like that, and for the organization. And then, not only that, the Bauta Stupa, Swamana Stupa, on the special days, then Kapan, the manager, asked Kapan to say Tambachuden to make offerings. So paint white, then put they offer the saffron, this like a lotus shape, then umbrella around, then banner on the top, and then all these prayer flags. It all comes together. So it's a half leg, half, almost maybe a little more than 67,000 rupees, something like that. Little more than a lakh of rupees. There's a whole committee that who does all this. So we've been doing that a long time. Say, muscle and muscle. We've been doing that. How long? How many years? How many years? And then Swambanath, the most precious one there. So now it's increased. So once in every month, it's possible to do also 3 times a month, but in every month, 15th day, to do all these offerings. So that is unimaginable. So that is incredible. So fortunate to do that. That is so unbelievable. This historical, this actually manifestations to the Buddha's, these Holopes. So. Then thinking to offer offering gold to the Buddha, the blessed Buddha himself, the Shakyamuni Buddha in Lhasa, every year. To the last year, it was started, but the last year or year before, however. The reason why the Guru's monasteries, why? Because if you offer the same Guru's disciple, if you offer one glass of one cup of water or tea, you collect merit. You collect merit far more greater than having made offering to the numberless Buddhas, numberless Dharma, numberless Sangha, numberless statue, numberless stupa, numberless scriptures, all the Holopes. Even though you collect unbelievable merit, but if you compare making offering to same Guru's, one disciple, or the Guru's dog, giving one biscuit to offering to dog that belongs to Guru, you collect more merit. A piece of meat is small, say, meat to the dog that belongs to Guru. You collect far more greater merit than having made offering to numberless Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and the statues, stupa, scriptures. You see, or giving a small bunch of grass, to a horse that belongs to Guru. You collect far more greater merit than offering to extensive offering to numberless Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, numberless statues, stupa, scriptures, so like that. See. So therefore, there's most of the monks in the Kilupa monasteries, Saragata, where there are many thousands of monks. So they're all his disciples, and also other Guru's disciples. So by remembering the Guru, then if you offer, then by offering to each monk money offering, far more greater merit than having made offering to all those Holopes. If you offer a cup of tea, then more merit than having offered to all those Holopes. So like that, you see, of bread, same. So that is the reason why particularly offer Guru's disciples. So same at the center, there are so many, same Guru's disciples. So if you make that doesn't have to be only Sangha, even if you make offering food, you see, at the center, drinks during puja. If you offer, what is puja, what is no puja, but if you make offering to them, you invite them, make offering to them, you collect, even giving one glass of water to same disciple, to the same Guru's disciple, even one one biscuit or one candy, you collect more merit than having made offering to numberless Buddha, numberless Dharma, numberless Sangha, numberless statues, stupas, scriptures, all the whole objects. If you offer candy to same Guru, by thinking the Guru, then you give. So therefore, there's incredible opportunity. You see, right at the center, where one studies Dharma, there's unbelievable opportunity what you can do. So like that, you see. Of course, you can make offering to monastery, what is sung, they all, living the ordination, high ordination, full ordination. You see, but also can do at the center. The students, you see, can make offering to them, can support or their needs. However, so this was not revealed for quite a number of years. Then Raja thought, or somebody thought, maybe it's a good idea to let people know in case somebody wants to put some donation in their fund, so they get all this, chance to get all this merit that having that offering. Even the person what donate is very little, but it covers all this same Guru's disciples, all these offerings, many monasteries. It's like putting a drop into the ocean, then gets mixed with the rest of the ocean. You see, so like that, yeah. So until the ocean finishes, the drop that you put in the ocean, it doesn't finish. So like that. So these pujas goes on forever until these monasteries last. How long they last? The puja goes on forever. Even one is in the hell realm, but the puja is still going. Even one is born as an ant, crawling in the ground or trees. This puja is still going on in the human world. Anyway, the monasteries. So like that. Yeah. So I think that's it. Just think that there's also this opportunity. You see, like that. Yeah. Then those who are taking refuge, make three prostration to the. There's a Guru. There's a Guru Shakyamuni Buddha Thanga there. There's statue. There's statue Buddha there. So by thinking actual living Buddha, okay, then make three prostration to that, and after that the Lama who grants the refuge bow, then make three prostration, okay. Okay. Yeah, then. Yeah. Before before doing the ceremony of refuge, I often emphasize that even one is taking only refuge over, say, a vow, but normally I emphasize that to take one vow from the 5-layer vow, the abstaining from killing, that's what normally I emphasize. Abstaining from killing. Why? Because generally speaking, nobody wants to be killed, so that so that's quite heavy. That this is quite terrifying. To be that you are to be killed by somebody. You see, that's quite terrifying. You see, so because of that, to take the vow abstaining from killing. If that is difficult, then from the 5-layer vows, you can take any of the other vows that which you think you can do that. But see, so now the reason is this. So if you take one vow from the 5-layer vow, even you take only one vow, then you see, I think I already mentioned during the initiation or during the Atman precepts, I think. However, since that one vow is taken, you see, that vow is taken until the death time. So therefore, so continuously, day and night, since the vow is taken, even as one vow, day and night, for 24 hours, you collect so much merit all the time. Even while you're eating, you're collecting merit. Even while you're walking, you're collecting merit by living that vow. Even you are sleeping, even you want to sleep, even one is sleep, even one is in sleep for 24 hours. You see, life is not wasted because you are living the one vow that you collect merit all the time. It's not completely empty. You see, even you are in coma for years of coma, see, but you're collecting merit all the time because you are still living the vow in that vow. See, so life is not completely life is the same. Even ordinary people see this completely like dead, no different from dead or something like that. But actually, it's not true because the person who's living the vow, who took vow, even though living in a coma, but before that have taken vow. So how many years in living the coma, but life, you see, continuously all those years collected merit. It's not completely empty. Life is meaningful. So like that. Whatever you do there, you see, merit is all collected. And not only that, that's the first thing. Not only that, on top of that, the merit is good karma, cause of happiness. It's always collected, the unmistaken cause of happiness. Usually it's we expect happiness, but what we do in our action is only cause of suffering because actions are done with attachment, ignorance, anger, you see like this. So the and the actions what we do, the activities what we do, hoping to achieve happiness is all wrong. It's all mistaken action. It's all non-virtue. Is it what you wish and what you're doing is totally opposite. That's normal. That's normal. Ordinary beings, like not like that. So here, by living this, by abstaining from this negative karma, which harms others, which harms yourself. So, always collect in a cause of happiness, making life meaningful. But on top of that, then whatever merit you collect, you see, in everyday life, it increases so many times, and that the thousands, hundred thousands of times. See, the merit increases so much. So that's the second advantage. It's like it's like a bank. It's like if you put the money, if you put you have one. Let's say. Say. Or let's say $100. So $100, you put in a bank where you get where you get $10,000. So then that's unbelievable. You see, that is incredible. You put $100, you get even $1,000. Amazing. You see. So if you don't do that, you see, if you put the money somewhere, it doesn't do that. Then stays just only $100. So you see, it's a great loss if you don't put that at the bank where you get $1,000. Then from $1,000 you can get many $100,000. You see, from that $1,000 you get many $100,000 if you invest $1,000 there. So anyway, so now here, by taking the vow precept, you collect merit. Whenever you collect merit everyday life, you see, 100,000, so many, it increases. So that's the second advantage. And then, for example, abstaining from sexual misconduct, for example, and then also it helps to not get AIDS. It helps. It helps even for a healthy life. Often it's kind of humor, but it's actually true. That when it comes to the AIDS, when there was a question about AIDS and the multiplying number of people in this world, and makes it difficult, economic or something like that. Then he often replies, to become monk or nun. Says, I think you can remember from the teachings. So anyway, so that. And and it stops by abstaining from the need karma, the sexual conduct. Then it stops. It protects you from so many relationship problems, ongoing, one after another. You finish one, then start another one. One package of problem is finished, but then then another package of problems, another package is opened, another package of suffering is opened. So just goes on and on like that. Then after some time, then it's ended up by death. It's ended. Attachment doesn't end. Has the desire doesn't end. But the death, no choice, it's ended up by death. But then, of course, then again the next life. There's the next life. There's the future life. So because of all the karmas done this life, so then there's all the problems in all coming future lives to be experienced. So like that, and that, and it is mentioned that in sutra that desire realm, form realm, formless realm, all those beings, all those sentient beings, they become will-turning king, the richest king who has most power. And then everyone, and each of them, oceans of butter, mountain mirrors of wax, make light offering to the Buddhas. And then one person living in the vow, living in the vow ordination, make a tiny offering. One person living in the ordination make a size of mustard seed, butter, and the size of a hair, wax light offering to Buddha. This person who is living the vow ordination is a collector far more great merit than all those numberless desire realm, formless realm become will-turning king, and each one makes oceans of butter, mountains of wax offering to the Buddhas. So all those, even though it's unbelievable, but compared to this one, there's one person living in the vow making so tiny light offering. All those previous their merits collected by numberless desire realm, formless realm, it's become very small. So like that, explained by Buddha in Sutra. And then then other one, then the other one is how many one is able to live in the vow of precepts, then that many negative karma. So that many negative karma. One is protected from that many, creating that many negative karma. So so that many harm to yourself, oneself harming to oneself. You see, by killing, stealing, sexual conduct, then telling lies, then the drinking, the alcohol, like that, which makes the mind so uncontrolled, no shy, so uncontrolled, and the violence, and then engages in killing, stealing, so many negative karma. It engages oneself, then harms other sentient beings, harms oneself, harms others. So abstaining from these drinks which cause these things. So I got say. So therefore, as I mentioned during the teachings on the karma, then result, there's so much peace and happiness in this life, there's so much peace and happiness in all the coming future lives, because you experience for result happiness, life to life. See, the creating results of the cause, living, abstaining from killing, stealing, sexual conduct, or telling lie, or whatever, all those. So it affects. So it produces for result happiness again. So you see, so goes on. So there's a happiness from this one good karma that you experience from life to life. You can enjoy the happiness, success, life to life. So more number of vow one has taken in this life, more morality, in a more precept one live. So it became incredible source of enjoyment, including good birth next life. You see, until we achieve liberation, until we achieve enlightenment, so like that. Long life. From that comes a long life, health, having perfect, having perfect surrounding people. As I mentioned already before, by engaging the sustenance conduct, from this one negative karma that is done, then rapid aspect rebirth in the lower realm. Then three problems one experiences in human realm due to the good karma. Even one gets reborn human being, then you experience three sufferings in that realm. Then the other friend, the other companion, husband or wife, has against the wish. The wish, the way of thinking, the wish is against your wish, compared to, and then also even one live together, but even one live together, but there's no happiness, there's no peace. Grudge each other. Then how many years one live together? Even one live together, but there's no peace. So always a fight. Spend life in fight, quarrels like that. And then family members, see, their wishes are opposite to your wishes, so they're against you. And family, even the office, people are against you. They don't like you. Their way of thinking, their wishes are against your wishes. So this is how you face difficulties, other problems. They then experience so many problems. There's a depression, or thinking nobody loves me. So this kind of all these problems, that thinking that nobody loves me, nobody cares me, all that. So like you are completely kind of left out by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, or the looks like say anyway. So anyway. So these things happens. The result of that the people around you do not like, or they wishes against your wishes. So like that. Then that is the experience and the results of the cause. Then positive result is a dirty, filthy place, very smelly, unhygienic. And so, and that one is born there, or one has lived in such place. Even experiencing 1 hour or even few minutes, such a dirty, smell, filthy places, muddy or like that. So, as a result of previous karma, sexual contact like that, so then creating results from the cause that one experiences next life when one is born a human being. Then and that net karma produce 4 suffering results. That complete karma produce 4 suffering results. So like that, it has creating results from the cause, and then it is produce 4 suffering results again. So it goes on like that in the future lives without end. From this one negative karma, for the result of suffering goes on and on without end until we purify it. Until we purify this negative karma completely, that you don't have to experience all these suffering, 4 suffering results, and until we change our mind and our actions, living in the vow, abstaining from sexual conduct like that, and also the depression, and also a person also people, people in the sutra text, it is explained that in the evening time, when the evening time starts, suddenly the mind becomes depressed. You cannot tell what the reason is. But when the evening time comes, mind is suddenly in a depressed, in an unhappy state, depressed. So Buddha explained in the teachings talking about the vows, the vows and those places, the benefits and the not shortcomings of the engaged in the opposite, the karma. So there it says that is why suddenly evening time comes, the mind in depression. That is because of the result of past karma sexual conduct. It is said that. So it's the same. Many times you see, you didn't have depression last night, yesterday, but this morning when you wake up, suddenly your mind instead of depression, you're just so unhappy. You don't know reason. You don't have particular reason, situation, you see. So that already Buddha has predicted sutra that this is the result of the result of the negative karma sexual conduct, you see, like that. So like this. So it is useful. You see, more. It is very important to learn more and more about karma by reading sutra, by reading those teachings of Buddha, direct teachings of Buddha, all those. So like this, yeah. So therefore, so one negative karma, engaging one negative karma, such as sexual conduct, then it builds. From there, there's an ongoing suffering in all the future lives, and you see, it becomes endless suffering. So now we are talking about just coming from one negative karma, one time sexual conduct. But now so many, say so many like that. In 1 year into this life, then from beginner's past life. So if you think that which we haven't finished experiencing, which is not purified yet, so there's so many. So if you think all those, then unimaginable can't stand. You can't stand at all, even 1 second, without purifying them right away. Without purifying them right away, can't stand. It's like poison. It's like having eaten poison. You see. Inside, you see, can't stand. You have to purify immediately, and you've got to change immediately. So it's like that. So then there's other negative karmas. You see, the eternal life, slandering, gossiping, and then slandering, so much, and especially gossiping in every day, so much meaningless talks. So like that, you see. That which result is, you see, the result of negative karma, result from the negative karma gossiping, then in this life and future lives, that your speech has no power. Even you give lecture, or even you give Dharma talk, or to people, see. Even you're giving advice, consultation, advice to people, teaching the school, or your speech has no power, so other people don't listen to that. Other people don't listen. You see, even you ask for help to people, your speech has no power, so other people don't listen to you, don't help, or things like that. Then in the insulting, the saying words which hurts to other people. What is said nicely, so that's what is the kind of present kind of looking nice, but hurting to other people's mind. Then the result that happiness rebirth in the lower realm, then three suffering result you experience human realm. For example, even you try say when you talk to others, when you speak to others, you're not trying to hurt somebody, but other people interpret. Other people interpret. You see, other people take it. Other people use your words. Other people somehow see it becomes other people hurting their mind. You see, you don't have motivation. You're not doing that. But you see, other people interpret. Other people use it. Other people see it appears like that in other people's mind. So then they get upset and angry to you. You see like that. So many times it happens. Even though you try to explain so much, but other people don't listen to you, and they really believe that you actually said this already hurt them. So things like that. How you? So there are so many other negative karmas. For example, ill will. If you do ill will, then the four suffering result, rebirth in the lower realm, then three suffering in the human realm. Possessive result, then when we are placed where we live, where we're born, where there's wars, where there's a lot of harmful people, a lot of harmful insects, mosquitoes or ants, even ant biting you. So that even ant, insect, biting you is the result. That is the possessive result. Of the ill will generated, created karma, ill will in the past. So even an ant biting you, not in this life, is a mosquito, the poisonous snakes, other people harming. So all this, result of their past karma, ill will. So that you see. Then creating results from the cause karma again. So being in a place where there's a lot of harm, you receive a lot of harm to your life. So that's so therefore now, so one from the 5 level, one can take all the 5 or any number, 4, 3, 2, 1, any number one can take. And then if one cannot take at all any of the vows, and if one still taking only a refugee upasika vow, then one can still take that, because Buddha is Shakyamuni Buddha is so kind, so compassionate, so kind for us, and means give, according to the capacity of our mind, give various methods. Still can take refugee alone. And within that, there are refugee vows, refugee precepts, so that makes the life so meaningful. You see, for example, every morning when we get up, 3 prostrations to Buddha. People go to board 3 prostrations to Buddha. So that, but of course, if one is doing more, like by saying Taripa Buddha, no question, but at least like that. And then the general precepts of refugee. But, whenever we eat and drink, first offer to Buddha, make offering to Buddha Dharma Sangha, and then one take it as blessing. See, so in the daily life, along with these things, you see, Buddha gave practice at least. So, because anyway we have to eat and drink. Anyway, you see, we have to sleep, we have to get up. So Buddha met our life, with these daily activities. Buddha met to get this advice practice, so that by the way, with this practice, it makes our life so meaningful, so much merit. We purify so much karma and brings us to enlightenment. So that with all the particular advice and general advice, you see, the refuge, that. Those particular advice, treating to abandon, treating to practice, then general advice, the practice compassion to sentient beings, listening to teachings, inner life, and the virtuous friend, what is that? Yeah, then whatever number you are taking, if you are taking the vow, then make that clear in your mind, decide that, then think, and then last thing is taking this vow, whatever number one is taking, then this is your best, from your side, contribution for the world peace. Your contribution is the world peace and happiness to every human being in this world, every animal in this world, every insect, every hell beings, hunger ghosts, animals, suras, all the sentient beings, your best contribution to every sentient being. So that. Yeah, then, those who are taking refuge, then please, if those who can, please kneel down, like taking it one person. Then put the palms together at your heart. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. You can take even. So, you can take. Say, I'm joking a bit. Doesn't matter. Yes. Most. Take the 5% again. Very good. Yes. Very good. Excellent. The 5%. It is said in the ordinary text. Even you broke, one can take again. Yes. So that's. I think all the Bodhisattvas, I think they're all in one voice. They're saying welcome to you, welcome to you, and all sentient beings. So, okay, yeah. Then please repeat okay, the ceremony prayer. Yeah. Yes, please. No, comes together. Yeah. When you talk about the refuge as a basis. Yes. Yes, it comes together. The refuge is the foundation. Any vow that is refuge always starts with the refuge. That's the foundation. This is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Think this motivation until I'm liberated from the samsara, or until I break the continuity of these aggregates, caused by karma and delusion. So that's why it is nature of suffering and the contaminated city of disturbing thoughts. Which becomes basis also, you see, future life. That makes these aggregates become basis of all future life sufferings. beside this container of this life, all the problems. So, so this continuity circling next aggregate, then next samsara. This next aggregate, that one is the continuity that circles the next level. You see the aggregates. Then like this, you see, and then like this, continuity, the aggregates, which is nature of suffering. So always, so to the next life, so then the continuity that next life, so that so like that. Then continuously one attacked by the suffering of pain, suffering of changes, temporary samsara pleasure, and pervasive compounding suffering. That was this aggregate, so, which is suffering nature. So that's the pervasive compounding suffering. So continuously attacked by you see. These three types of suffering. If not suffering pain and suffering changes, the pervasive compound of suffering. So that one's all the time. That one's all non-break. No break from this pervasive compound of suffering. From beginning of this report, no break. Up to now, no break. We never got 1 minute holiday. We never got 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second holiday break from these sufferings, pervasive compounding suffering. We never got even 1 second holiday for freedom, free as a from that. So, and in the samsara, there's the whole entire samsara, including the pleasure, is only nature of suffering. Samsara pleasure. So therefore, there is no happiness in samsara. So, so therefore, this time that I have met a guru, I met Buddha Dharma, I received perfect human body, I must achieve great liberation, enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So therefore, then I'm going to therefore, then I'm going to take. The Buddha as actual, as a founder of the actual refuge, Dharma as actual refuge, Sangha as helper to actual refuge. Going to then think. If anyone you are taking vow, then you think, I'm taking upasaka. If you're taking only one vow, I'm taking only upasaka one vow. I'm taking upasaka one vow. If you're taking 2 vows, I'm taking upasaka 2 vows. If you're taking 4 vows, I'm taking upasaka 4 vows. Then if you're taking all the 5, then think I'm taking the complete upasaka vow. And then, but still, if you're taking only refuge, then you think I'm taking only refuge vow. Okay, like that. So, and then please repeat. Zumba Gongsu Sol. Please mention your name. Da Ming Di. Xie Ji Wei. Tu Den Ne Song De. Xie Xie Cui Pa Tu. Gang Nian Nam Jie Chao. I'll take a reference to Buddha. So Lapan Buddha, by thinking the meaning of Buddha, who has seized all the mysteries of mind, gross subtleties, and complete all the realizations. Okay? Lapan Buddha, a billion times much more than external doctor who can cure disease, but not only temporarily. Sangye la, Jepsu Chiwo. Now, next one is taking refuge to Dharma. Cessation of the delusions, the suffering, and the method to reach that true path. Wisdom directly perceiving emptiness, right? Yeah. So Lama Dharma, this and the convention Dharma, the Tripitaka teachings. So there is same Buddha as absolute Buddha, convention Buddha, absolute Buddha Dharmakaya, and the convention Buddha is the manifestation of the holy body. The Sambuddha Markados. So Lama and Dharma believes much more than the medicine. If they can cure, but it's only temporarily. Dochadang chawa namje cho chela yapsu chiu. And then now taking Rinpoche Sangha. Absolute Sangha is anyone, one person who has a realization of cessation of the suffering and true path, whether it's lay or ordained, anyone who has this realization is the absolute Sangha, and the convention Sangha is for fully ordained non-monk who are living the pure vow, that is but without those realization, that is without absolute Dharma, then that's the conventional Sangha. So taking refuge to both. So namje cho gedun la japsu chiu da chisi chue padu nzo genyen tu zunbe sung du so. Then please repeat the second time. Zumba gong su su da men please mention him. She give to the ne sung de che che cui ya pa du gang nian nam je cho sang jie la jiap su chiu chen bu bu da du ho la to cha dang cha wa chen bu da ma nam je cho che la jiap su chiu cho nam je cho chen bu sang ga ge dun la jiap su chiu. Here, those who have taken 36 vows or 253 vows, in the higher ordination, those who have taken the higher ordination than the lay vow, then one cannot take the lower vow like Padmos 8 vows or the 5 lay vows. You can't take if you took that, then it must lose the higher vow. So, but Etman precepts is exceptional. And then Bodhicitta, there are many other differences. That is exceptional. But otherwise, the lay 8 vow, 5 vows cannot be taken if you have taken and living in higher vows, 36 vows or 253, so they are full ordination nun or full ordination monk. So one should not repeat the prayer of taking the lay vows. So about that. So namje cho, gidun la japsu chiwo. Da chisi chue pa tu yongza genyen tu zunbe sung tu so len sun wang cha su da zhiban da zunbe sung tu sa jab chu da xin zhe ba sun yu. And please repeat the third time. Zumba gong su so. So end of the third repetition. When I say too loudly, that time the without wandering mind must make strong determination that I receive the not only refuge, but the upasika, whatever number of vow you're taking, and the most general thought that I have received. So, so that in the presence of Buddha, in the Lama that you're taking, end of the repetition is what one should think. Then, from that time, then I become Lopan. Lopan means leader, leading the disciple in the path to liberation. So that's the meaning of Lopan. So since for that time, then I become your Lopan. Then you don't Zumba, and then you have to change the name Lopan. Zumba Gongsu Sol. Da means placement your name. Shejiwe to den sonde Chisi Choye Patu Ganye Namje Cho Sanje La Japsu Chivo. Take it Buddha. Now Dharma. Doja Dan Chawa Namje Cho Chela Japsu Chivo. Cho Namje Cho. Take it Sanga. Gedun La Japsu Chivo. Da Chisi Choye Patu until the death time. A question to grant this vow. And then you think in your heart opens about if you're taking a vow, then which this much I'm taking. Then receive. Yongzuo genyen to Lobenje Sundu Sol. Please, Lobenje Sundu Sol. Now, next one is as a previous arhatas, they change their mind and abstain from these negative karmas. Then I also today going to change my mind and change from these, the harmful actions. So the killing and the stealing, sexual conduct, time lie, alcohol, however, so whichever number of vows you're taking, then you think like that. For the benefit of all, not just for my own happiness, but for the benefit of all sentient beings, for the peace and happiness and for the world peace. And this is also a solution for the economic, to improve the economic in the world that is getting more and more difficult. Chidangwenji, Dajamba Namji, Socheba Bande, Socheba Le, Ladoba Jiwo, Yala Tambuti, Ladoba Jiwa, Teshin to Da Ming placement your name, Shejiwe, to the Nesunde, Chizue Patu, Socheba Bande, Socheba Le, Ladoba Jiwo, Yala Tambuti, Da Papa, Dajamba, Tadake Lavala, Jesu Lobo, Jesu Jubo, Jito. Shenyang, Chizar Baba, Dajamba Tadaki, Machimba Lambatan, Dobe Loparian Batan. So those who are not taking leave out, then you don't need to repeat. But those I think you already started. Anyway, those who are taking the vow, from the 5 leave vows, then you repeat, okay? Chidangwenji, Dachamba Namji, Machimba Lambatan, Dove Loparian Batan, Zunda Mewata, Duye Chandang, Jube Chang, Yuba Juba, Pamebe Ne Bangde, Pamebe Nele, La Doba Juo, La Doba Jiwa, Tation to Daming Pleasant your name, Shaggy Wejang, to the Nesonde, she is about to Machimba Lambatang, Dobe Lover in Batang, Zundo Mevatang, Dui Changtang, Jebe Chang, Niva Jiwa, Pamebe Nebande, Pamebe Nele, La Doba Jiu, Elanga Bodi, Da Pabata Zumba Tage, Lava La, just Lovo, Jiru, Yi to. Then one is Taba, so you say Lexo. Taba, then now, the procession, like before, to the Lama who kept up the refugee vow, the procession, okay? Due to all the past, and so please dedicate it well after having collected all these merits. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, 3 times merits collected by others. May the Bodhicitta be generated with one's heart without delay in second, with one's family members, and in the mind of all the sentient beings, in particular in the minds of the leaders, all the world leaders, in this, the world leaders, in their hearts, in everyone's hearts, then all the Muslim people and other religious people in their hearts, and all the leaders of the mainland China, all those influential political people's mind, the Bodhicitta to be generated without delay in second. And then especially in the countries, Colombia, so those countries where there's a lot of violence, or so much killing, the thief and robbery and so forth. In countries where there's a lot of violence, a lot of sufferings, sicknesses and the famines, so forth. And who has generated bodhicitta, the meditation may be developed. Changju Samjo Rinpoche, Maje Wanam Jeju Jewa Nyamba Meva, Kone Kondu Bewara. So dedicate the marriage. As we just recite prayer, all the virtuous friends have to include the compassion from the Lama, to have stable life, all the holy wishes to be sustained immediately. Did all the past, did all, do that. Did all the past. Did all the past, present, future marriage collected by me, future marriage collected by others, me, myself, one's family members, all the students, benefactors in this organization, and those who give up their life to the organization doing service, and all the rest of the sentences, may be able to complete the paramita of morality by keeping it without mistakes. And keeping it pure and keeping it without pride. Then, so to happen like this in all the future lives, oneself and all sentient, to live in pure morality and to be able to complete. Then, so we give all the merits, two-time merits, all the result happiness, including enlightenment, all the merits we collected by having taken the refuge, the precepts, listening teachings. We give everything to all the every helpings, every hungry ghost, every animals, every human beings, every sura beings, every asura beings, every intermediate stage beings. We have collected so many times we discussed merit by this. So due to all these merits, whatever suffering that they have, merit will happen to me. Whatever happiness merit I have, merit will happen to all the sentient beings. Due to all the past, but marriage collected by others, three-time marriage collected by others, may I able to offer scarce benefit, limited scarce benefit to all sentient beings of Buddha. Like Lama Zopa, by having the same quality within me as Lama Zopa has from now on in all my future lifetimes, in every second. Did you all the past, present, did you all the past, present, future marriage that which are merely labeled by mind, by the I, was also merely labeled by mind, achieve Buddha's enlightenment, which is also merely labeled by mind, lead all the sentient beings who are also merely labeled by mind to that enlightenment, which is also merely labeled by mind, by myself alone, who is also merely labeled by mind. I dedicate all the merits. I dedicate all the merits to be able to follow the holy extensive deeds of Buddha Samadhavada and Zogosha as they realizes, and I dedicate all the merits in the same way as three-time Buddhas dedicate their merits, as well as the three-time Buddha Sabbas.
they dedicate their merits. Due to three-time merits collected by me, by others, then may the general teaching of Buddha, particular teaching of Lama Zopa, may it be spread in all the directions, be flourished forever in this world. By completely actualizing what was our heart, Muslim family members, all of us here, and all in the heart of all the students and benefactors in this organization, and especially those who give up their life to the organization service with simple. May any sentient being who come to Yogini Center, even the insects on the land on Yogini, even the insects, spirits, anyone on this land, any sentient being come, as well as non they know. May they never ever get reborn in the lower realms, since coming on the land of the stepping on the land of the center. May they never ever reborn in the lower realms, just by that, just being on the land of the center, and immediately those negative karmas get purified, and then find unshakable faith, the Rinpoche karma, in the Rinpoche karma, and actualize bodhicitta immediately, just coming on the land of the center. Then and achieving enlightenment fully, by the completing the whole path. And every person that comes to the center, able to benefit all sentient beings, bring peace and happiness in the world, and to all sentient beings, like Lama Zopa, like Islamist Lama, to become like that. Everyone comes to the center. And all the organizers to have a long life, and all their wishes be succeed immediately, according to the Dharma. So like that to happen, so that like that to happen to all the rest of the centers in this organization. All the projects of centers will succeed immediately, and by the several need, and is able to spread Lama Zopa teaching in the mind of the hearts of all sentient beings, by all the center, and all the social service centers there, able to immediately pacify suffering of the body mind of sentient beings, able to bring so much peace and happiness in the world, in the whole world, and the individual beings. Including universal education. May the 500 feet meter project may be able to complete as quick as possible, start without delay in a second. May all the fundings be received without delay in a second. May the cause generate loving kindness in the hearts of all sentient beings, and bring all the sentient beings to enlightenment as quick as possible. Chujin Jabu Zunga Ve Chudu Nambara Peva Dan Geje Tsema Shiva Tunje Ma Lue Zangwa Rai Shu Da Dang Shinje Tuzun Dan Deve Zonye Lade Jawa Losan Dava Ye Tenba Yurin Banjo So, good morning. See you tomorrow night.